Thursday live, the buildup
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Hello, people. Welcome to NUFC Talk Matchday Live. It's Man City in the FA Cup tonight, 8 o'clock kickoff at St James's Park. The citizens are in Toon tonight, and we are live on YouTube and, of course, DAB Radio. So welcome to everyone who's watching, everyone who's listening. Before we get into it all, I'll get to the housework. So first of all, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss out on any of the content that we've got coming your way. Click the like button. It does help to support the stream, so we'd be really grateful for that. Get involved in the chat. As always, we want to hear all of your thoughts on all things Newcastle, Man City. If we've got any City fans in the chat, then yeah, let us know and tell us what you think. What you think is going to happen tonight? What you think of Newcastle, of Man City? And don't forget, we've got NTTV Plus membership. So we've got membership perks, exclusive content, all in one place. And that includes the Geordie Prem show as well. So, as I say, if there's any fans of other clubs watching here, get yourself signed up to that, because you get sort of an insight into what we think of all the other clubs as well in the Premier League that, obviously Newcastle play against every week. So, yeah, and just to guarantee your chat as well, if you want to guarantee your comment to be read out, throw us a super chat and I'll get straight to it. So, I am solo for now, as Jason Derulo once said. I'm going solo. So, but that is only temporarily, because Borky is en route. I've been told by these boffins sitting behind me here that Borky is going to be in the building very soon. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one. So as I say, Man City tonight, FA Cup. What a big game this is. I mean, this next sort of week or two, it's just immense. The games that we've got coming up at St James's especially. It's epic, really. I mean, yeah, this one tonight, I've got a good feeling about it, I have to admit. I think the players will rise to the occasion. And then, I mean, I just cannot wait for Barcelona on Tuesday as well. Because, again, I think the atmosphere is going to be rocking in that one. So, yeah, it reminds me of, I mean, I don't want to bring the negative vibes here, but it kind of reminds me of there's a couple of seasons where we had these kind of fixtures going back quite a while now, but under Graham Souness, there was one week in particular when Newcastle had Sporting Lisbon in the quarterfinals of the UEFA Cup, and that same week we then had Man United in the semi-finals of the FA Cup at the Millennium Stadium. And similar thing with Alan Pardew. I remember Pardew had a season where we had Benfica midweek in the quarters, I think. And then on the weekend we played Sunderland. So yeah, it's obviously those 2 weeks that I've just mentioned there and those other seasons didn't end up going our way on both occasions. But yeah, hopefully this time's different. It just feels like a really big couple of weeks for Newcastle. This really does. But it's exciting. I mean, come on. Man City at home, FA Cup, Barcelona at home, Champions League. I think it's really exciting. So bring it on. And like I say, I think with Newcastle, one of our downfalls, unfortunately, is that often I think against the likes of Brighton and Brentford, I mean, Everton, I think Everton are doing well this season. I think they are pushing for Europe, but I think previous seasons gone by, they've kind of been battling relegation. So I think for these kind of teams that we've played, unfortunately, the players don't seem to kind of be in that same zone, like in terms of the adrenaline. So whereas these other games, like this one tonight, for example, they do get in the zone and they are well up for it normally. in these big games. So that's why I am quite hopeful for tonight, and I do think we owe Man City. They've beat us twice this season. I thought both occasions we were a bit unlucky. I thought like the Carabao Cup match, the home leg. I thought we were a bit unlucky in that one. I know we huffed and puffed a little bit, but yeah, I think we should have scored. I think in that one to go 1-0 up. So and then the league match just recently, I thought the players gave a good account of themselves. And again, you could argue some dodgy officiating with Dan Burns' goal ruled out, went against us. So yeah, I think it's going to be exciting tonight, and obviously we're going to get into it all. And Borky's going to give his thoughts when he comes on the show. So see what he thinks, if he's going to be Mr. Positive or Mr. Negative. We'll see. But yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is if we can. I just think we need to kind of keep it kind of tight early doors. I think. Don't get me wrong. We want to go for it. I think at St James's we'll want to go kind of full pelt, but I think you've got to use your head as well at the same time. I know I've mentioned this on the show quite a bit, that I don't like the kamikaze style in terms of like overcompensating and piling the whole midfield forward at the same time. I think let's trust the players to function in the formation that Eddie chooses. So yeah, I think if we can do that and just get at them, but not let. I think if they get an early goal, that would be quite deflating. I think we've got to stay in the game. So yeah, and let us know in the thoughts what you think, because I think Haaland. I think I'm right in saying he's fit. He's fit and ready to go, and I expect him to be playing tonight. And obviously we've got Dan Burn, who potentially I think will be playing as well. So that's a bit of a rematch to look out for tonight, because it really is a bit of a throwback when them two are playing against each other. It just reminds me of the '90s a little bit in terms of the battles that they get involved in. So we'll see who comes out on top tonight. But just going to the chat there, I can see we've got trolls in the house. Top man, we've got a comment there by Monkey in the chat. So dodgy refs in my Premier League, unheard of. Yeah, I know they're all just brilliant, aren't they? You know, so but yeah, that's something else to look out for tonight, I suppose. See how the referees perform. Never mind the two teams. So got Connor in the chat there as well. Good to see you, Connor. He's got a question there. So he's saying, is tonight's game the one that saves our season? It may well be. I got asked that question the other night about, is it the best chance for Europe for Newcastle? Is the league better? Does that kind of serve as a better chance, or is the FA Cup our best chance for European football? And I honestly think it's 50-50, because yeah, I think if you look at the way we're playing in the league, you could argue that the cup is the best chance. I mean, obviously the cup, I think there's more pressure the further you go in the competition. The nerves sometimes can get the better of you. But yeah, I think it's 50-50. Put it this way, I think if we don't kind of get a result on the weekend, because I think obviously got a really good result against Man United, but I think it's that end of the season where we really have to put a run together, I feel, to have a chance in the league to qualify for Europe. So if we don't follow up the Man United win, then, and if we win tonight, then obviously for me, then yeah, man, the FA Cup is for me the best chance then to for European glory. Yeah, but it'll be interesting. Like I say, I think got a few decisions to look out for tonight as well, because wow, William Asula, I mean, what a goal against Man United! What an impact he made, and some people I've heard have called for him to be playing tonight, and I kind of don't blame them. Scoring a goal like that and having the impact that he did, it's kind of like, if you're Asula, that's his way of knocking on the door to Eddie to say, look, I want minutes, I want to play, I want more minutes. So yeah, I think personally, I think Gordon will start. I think you look to Asulu again, possibly as an impact player. Um, but yeah, so going to be interesting. Just as I say that, there we've got Mr. Borky in the house. So how you doing, mate? Welcome to the show, Borky. How you doing this evening? Nice one. Aye, all good. I was just saying there, like, what a massive game this is tonight, it's exciting. Um, so I'll just put you on the screen here. Sorry, 2 seconds, mate. Um, there you go, top man. All right, Borky's in the house, people. Yeah. So you're looking forward to tonight, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit of trepidation against it. We're playing a very, very good team.
Yeah.
But I think we can go into it with some confidence after the Man United game. You know, we've, we've proven that we can beat big teams over the last few years. We can get up for these situations. Don't think Man City are going to be looking forward to coming here under the lights at St James's with, the war flag display that'll happen. I think it's going to be an exciting game. And as I say,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a game Pep Guardiola would particularly want.
I totally agree. And I think I was saying before, like, I think we owe them one after the two games that we've had so far this season. And I mean, I've been critical of the team this season, and yeah, it's been so up and down, and the league form has been not very good a lot of the time, been really poor. But I have to admit, I'm looking forward to tonight. I really do think we've got a good chance of getting through. If as usual, I was saying before how I think the players normally are quite up for these kind of games, like you say, Borky, against the kind of bigger teams. They do tend to rise to the occasion, and that's a whole other issue in terms of why they aren't up for it then in these other games that we've been kind of falling short in. So, but you know, tonight is Man City, and I just think if you isolate tonight's game, I think that I, I'm quite confident we'll give them a good game at least. So it is exciting, and I was just saying there as well how we've got Man City tonight, and then we've got Barcelona on Tuesday. Um, it's just massive, isn't it? These games, Chelsea on the weekend after that. So it's a massive week for Newcastle. But yeah, I can't wait for Barcelona, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
yeah.
if you look back, Peter, maybe 5 years ago, could you imagine this point in the season going into an FA Cup fifth round against Man City and then being playing Barcelona in the Champions League?
Aye.
It does prove how far we've come as a club. And let's face it, this is what you're in football for. Yes, you're worried because we know these are big teams. But that's where we want to be. We want to be playing the big boys, and we want to be putting ourselves up against them. And
That's
sometimes
it.
you'll come away sometimes you'll come away disappointed. Sometimes you'll come away, thinking, "Oh, but I wish we'd done this or we'd done that." But let's face it, you'd miles rather be in the position to feel like that than never getting there. Just tootling along as a club, quite happy finishing 16th in the league and not really giving a stuff about any cup competition.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, it's crazy when you think that it is still all to play for the season because of how disappointing a lot of it has been in terms of, like, as I say, the league form. But yeah, I mean, we're in deep now in the FA Cup and the Champions League, and it's yeah, it's easy to forget that in amongst all of the craziness and the negativity and the disappointment, like you see in some of these games from the Premier League. It is easy to kind of forget that this season is not a write off, far from it. So it feels like that sometimes at the end of, like, when you lose against the likes of Brentford and games like that. But yeah, when you kind of just sit back and you put it in perspective, then yeah, there's a lot to play for, but these important games are all coming all at kind of the same time. So it's a mad couple of weeks because it does feel do or die a little bit. Yeah, it's feeling that way. So, but I do think we're a dark horse in the Champions League. I'm saying that with no shame. I think, yeah, no team's going to want to play Newcastle, and I think Barcelona will. Yeah, they'll be wishing maybe they drew someone else, because if we gave them a game that in that first match, at St James's. So, and as I say, I think the atmosphere will be rocking. So, yeah, um, a cup. I do feel like the more I think about it, a cup run and obviously a cup win ultimately would, it would save the season, no doubt. But I think the more I'm thinking about it, it may well be our best bet because it's just so, yeah, the Premier League, it's been so stop start. We're going to have to make a drastic change to that, I think, to get European football for the top six, top seven, maybe seventh. We can do that, but we shall see. Um,
Do you think,
so
sorry, do you think, Peter,
go on, Borky.
if we do get through to today, and if we do well against Barcelona, say we get a good win against Barcelona, we'll get through the cup competition tonight. Do we then prioritise the two cup competitions and sort of just say, look, it's a bit of a bust in the league this season. We'll start resting a few players or integrating a few players in the league, and we'll go for it in both cup competitions.
Yeah, yeah. I'd be, if I was manager, I'd really be tempted to do that at that stage. Like, I think a lot of depends on Chelsea. To be honest, if we don't, I think we have to win. Honestly, I know it's hard. I'm not saying it. You can't just click your fingers and do it, but that's the position we've found ourselves in. I feel like that we're getting at that business end of the season where games are running out. So I just feel that the Chelsea one, if we don't win that, then yeah, I think at that point, if we're still in the FA Cup, obviously you got to hope that we've got a decent result against Barca as well. I guess we'll know as well by Saturday, won't we, whether we're kind of still in that tie. So, but if we are, then and if we're still in the FA Cup, then I'd probably be looking at those two competitions if we don't beat Chelsea
Of the league.
and resting players.
Yeah. It's one of those bits. It's one of with those weeks now with the two games that are coming up with obviously Manchester City the night and then Barcelona. That if we're still in both cups, you go. Yes, I would personally, when asked the question, I would personally go for the cups 100%. If we're not, then he's going to have to Eddie Howe's going to have to pull out some massive results in the Premier League from now to the end of the season
Yeah.
to get up that league table because we can't not be in any form of European football next season. I think
Mm.
that's got to be the massive aim now is to win a cup. And if you're not going to win a cup, at least make sure we're in European competition next season.
Mm. Yeah, I think eighth might do it for the Conference League, and I'm not saying I want to be in the Conference League, but it is European football, like you say, Borg. I think you'd probably take it over nothing. So, but I mean, I could be wrong in terms of how it ends up with the league standings, and kind of depending on who wins what in the cup competitions. The way it drops down is a bit difficult to work out as to who gets what, but I think normally it ends up working out that um, sixth can be Europa League. I think more often than not, and then seventh is the um, Conference League. But I'm saying that you've got the Champions League top five places now qualifying for that competition, so it may well be that seventh is Europa and then eighth is Conference League. So yeah, I can't see us getting higher than seventh. Um, Even eighth. Sometimes you think eighth might be a push, but yeah, it's a funny one because you can't just jump up very quickly if you put together a run. But y- yeah, that's what's going to have to happen, though. It's kind of like I say, you're running out of games, and that run of form is going to be what's needed. Otherwise, we'll just end up finishing mid-table. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, no doubt about that. I would absolutely love it if we could just sneak Europa League. I think Champions League is beyond us, but
Yeah.
I suppose you never know. But I would very much settle for Europa League next season. I think we could try and win that as well. The following season would have a good chance of that. So yeah, and obviously you win the FA Cup, that gets you Europa League. So I think that's another motivation for the club to get some silverware. So for tonight, Borky, I've heard rumours that Eddie might be playing three centre halves with Chow, Byrne, and Botman. Against the Man United in the Man United match, yeah. It was Burn and Chow. I believe is that right? Botman was on the bench.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Came on,
Um,
didn't he, in the last few minutes?
I was thinking, yeah. I thought, hang on, I saw him on the pitch, Man United. Yeah, he came on, didn't he? So yeah, I think um, he may well play all three of them tonight. And I've got my thoughts on that. What do you reckon of that? What would you do in terms of that centre back dilemma, if you like?
I think, to be fair to Howe, if he goes with that, it has worked in the past. It's at home against bigger teams. It is a formation that he does revert to sometimes. Um, I think Dan Burn, because Dan Burn and Botman don't particularly have the pace that, and Chow has got a little bit more pace about him than then sort of if you're playing the three of them, it kind of balances itself out in that regards a little bit. And I think it gives you a solid foundation at the back. If you've then got Trips and Hall on the wings on the either side, my concern isn't actually with the centre backs; it's more with Trips on the right hand side. You can't be expecting him to bomb up and down all night. So then it puts a lot of emphasis on the Hall, because your left hand side becomes your more attacking side, the side that uh, the most of the players going to come from. And Hall can do it, let's face it, we've all watched him do it. But do we become a little bit predictable in that style? And, does it work against you in regards to they know everything's going to come down their right hand side and they're set up to defend that?
Mm, possibly, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think with Trippier, that's a funny one because selecting him on that right hand side, we've sat here, haven't we, like so many times, and we've said he's 35, he's played so many games. We need to bring maybe Shahar in, or we need maybe play Murphy if it's wing backs. But honestly, I've got to give him credit. Like I think Trippier really has stepped up, and how he's doing it, I do not know because he's not playing like he's 35, and he's not playing as if he's tired. I mean, he was. Don't get me wrong. He did have that really bad spell, didn't he? Where before Tottenham, it didn't look good. Did it? It looked like he was running on fumes. But since then, yeah, he's just been immense. So I'd hesitate to think about even dropping him. I don't know. It's I think as well. It's tricky, right? With for us, Borky, like as fans,
Yeah.
we don't see what the doctors and the physiotherapists and the fitness team and all those guys like what they see in terms of the stats and the tests and all that they do on the players. I just I've got to assume that they must have an insight that tells them that he can handle it, and obviously Trippier himself will. You'd like to think he'll be honest enough to tell them as well how he's feeling, whether he's feeling if he's feeling too knackered. So yeah, I'd just love to see him continue his form. I don't know, is that realistic? I don't know because he just seems like he's playing out of his skin. But
To be fair, the
yeah,
lad himself said that he feels he plays better once he is in a run of games. So he doesn't
mm,
like being rested as such. He likes to play the 2, 3 games a week, or week in, week out. Um, and I think over the last few games, as you say, um, it's proven to be the fact that he has been a good player for. He's been great. But as I say,
mm,
I think it's maybe he's just expecting a little bit too much to pop him onto the right wing as sort of a fullback rather than just a right back. I think that might just be asking him a little bit too much. But I suppose Eddie's got all the metrics in front of him. He's watched him play all week, so
mm,
and maybe that's a little bit why if he does go with the team we're thinking of, I'm guessing we're thinking of Alanga and potentially Gordon up top. It's in regards to their speed that maybe they can help cover a little bit for the
yeah,
fact that Trippier won't be able to get as far forward on that side.
mm, yeah. I think that's a fair point. Like I think if Alanga, because normally Alanga would be right hand side if he's playing, but if you're playing the wing backs and Trippier's right wing back, what's been speculated is that Elanga would then, like you say, you kind of be supporting Anthony Gordon really in the attack. But yeah, I think if he plays that team, I don't think he'll be as advanced as what maybe people think. I think Elanga would probably be deeper than that. And like you say, he would be asked probably to monitor that right hand side and help out, Trippier. Um, but yeah, I mean, just got some notes coming in there from Connor. We've got some sound bites here from Eddie that I can read out. So seems like Eddie is feeling confident. So he's saying that we approached the match with confidence after a memorable night against Man United. He's saying the home form is vital. So yeah, he wants to kind of put that back to get that going how it should be really. And after a couple of results which hadn't gone our way, we knew the importance of the match against Man United in the context of the season. Best of all was sharing the moment in the final whistle with all the fans. We know our league form hasn't matched the high standards we set ourselves at times this season. We have made no excuses for this. And he goes on to say, so it was really special to celebrate the result with you, and the best way to say thank you for the incredible support you have given us when things haven't gone our way. Tonight we ask for even more backing as we aim to go further in the cup. So yeah, I mean, if you're going tonight, lads and lasses, then I'm sure you will do. But get behind the team, and make it a cold one, because yeah, Man City, it just makes it harder for them if they're playing in a bare pit. I think the energy that we can create, it does have an effect. So, and it does help the team. So yeah, and Burn is feeling the same in terms of he's going into this match with confidence. He says here that we take this momentum into the FA Cup. We've beaten Man City here already this season. Last time at the Etihad, it was a really good performance and the best we've played there against them. These are the games you dream about as a kid, playing against the top teams. We just seem to have them all in a short space. So yeah, alluding to what I was saying before about these big games coming up in this week, the next 7 days. Yeah, it's just immense. So he goes on to say, it's exciting. We're full of confidence, ready to go again with the caliber of team that we're playing in this run. It's nice that we go into these games feeling like we can win them. We're not just going to turn up to have a nice time. We've got to have full belief we can progress, get through in the Champions League, and pick up as many points in the Premier League going into the international break. We know that the Cups are our best chance of silverware currently. We didn't get there in the Carabao Cup, so FA Cup is the next chance. And he ends off by saying, if you want to win these cups, you've got to beat the best. And there's not many better than Man City. So it's going to be a tough ask, but we are full of confidence. That's Dan Burn, folks. Yeah, he's up for it, and he's confident. So yeah, like he says there, I think Man City are the best, but that seems to be what gets these players up for the occasion a lot of the time. So, and I think it's kind of the same with the fans. Like I say, with the atmosphere, it normally generates a bit of a cauldron. So, what are your thoughts on the comments there from Dan Burn and Eddie Howe, Borgie?
Well, firstly, I think it proves Dan Burn definitely starts tonight, doesn't it? He doesn't know they don't normally get to do the pressers then sit on the bench. Eddie Howe, I mean, very, very good. We all know Eddie Howe was very, very good at the media, but it's nice to hear him acknowledge the fact that there has been issues in the league this season. We've all seen it, but I mean, he could have just airbrushed that and just went with the fact that, we'll beat Man United, we're going into the Man City game full of confidence, which is sometimes things that he's done in the past. But I think he has acknowledged there that there has been issues with the league form this season. So well done to him there for that. Dan Burn, I mean, the journals always make it slightly easier for the players with questions, don't they? And with Dan Burn, a Geordie, all you really want to hear from him is that you were ready to go out and, leave everything on the pitch to get a result tonight. So yeah, but it's good to hear. It's good confidence builder, and I think if you're sitting in that dressing room and you hear that from the manager and and one of our best defenders, and you hear that the crowd hear that as well, it just gets everybody starting to get up and pump for the game.
Yeah.
And that's what we need. We need everybody, every single player on the pitch to be up for the game, every substitute to be up for the game, and every member of the crowd to be up for the game. There's certainly not going to be any excuses for leaving after 80 minutes the night you win. So
Aye.
every fan's got to be there battling for the team. And if things start to go wrong, if we do, God forbid, but if we go behind, you know, then pump more energy into the game, pump more, get behind the players even more, and
Mhm.
get back into the game. Going 1-0 behind, we can turn it round. So don't worry if we do, we can get back into that game. And as we've seen against Man United, you never know what can happen. There can be dodgy decisions, and things can go forward as a team. It's about time some things did, especially in cup competitions this season. I know we've got quite far in them, but I mean, from the moment the cups are drawn, give Eddie Howe a chance. He never ever gets like a little team at home. It's
No.
always a Premier League team, and never it's most of the time it's away. Luckily, the night it's at home at least, but give the guy a chance with these draws because at the minute he just has absolutely no luck whatsoever. So get behind the team, I suppose, is the message, and let's see what happens. It's a big opportunity for us. If we get through the night, we've probably knocked the favourites out for the cup and we
Yeah.
become one of the favourites, and hopefully in the next round we do get a smaller team.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, you mentioned there about like the crowd and like sort of if we go behind, not to worry kind of thing. And I sometimes feel like Newcastle, we are at our best when we have to show defiance, and I think it is a good point that you make because
Tim,
if we
can I
go 1-0 down,
just interrupt you quickly there because
go
there
on,
is a
boy.
bit of breaking news there. Tino's
Yeah,
seemingly back in the squad for the night. I've just seen a picture of him coming out, walking into the ground. Connor's just reported that.
interesting. Well, stay tuned, folks, because as soon as the team news is out, we'll be straight on it and we'll let you know what the lineup is. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if that's going to have some kind of bearing as to the formation, like we've said about wing backs possibly being
Mhm.
deployed tonight, and we've mentioned about Trippier. You said you reckon as a wing back, might be asking maybe a bit too much of Trippier. Maybe Tino will be the one who plays there, and I can see that as well. To be fair, because of the schedule we've got with Barca next on the Tuesday, and then Chelsea's kind of straight after that. Yeah, maybe he's gonna kind of juggle things a little bit, and if Tino's fit, he might come in tonight, and then maybe Tino against Barca. But yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, I didn't know that he was kind of going to be involved tonight. To be honest, that's a bit of a surprise for me. But and also he's playing against Man City, and that is the team who he may well be playing for. I just watch at the end of the game. Let's keep an eye out for Pep because it'll be
Well,
interesting to see who he goes up to at the end of the
the
match.
cyn the cynic is is that he's realising this might be his last chance to show his skills in a game against Man City and Newcastle this season as he got
Yeah,
himself fit for it particular.
aye. That's what the mighty's just saying there as well. Like maybe he's thinking shop window time. But I mean, not that I can't say I like that, but at the end of the day, you got to use these things to your advantage. I think sometimes he's not going anywhere until the summer. He's our player until then. So if he's going to play well to impress them, then at least we're going to benefit from that, at least in the short term.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's funny because Eddie in the press conference made it very clear that Tino was physically fit. He was fit enough to play games. It was just the recovery that he needed to do. So there
mm,
is a chance that if he's fit, he plays. If
mm,
he's ready to come back into the team, he does actually start potentially.
mm,
Which I think if I think it changes a lot of my mind thought there that if it's Tino and Hall down the wings, then I think Man City have got a massively different problem than they probably thought they did coming into the game.
mm. Yeah. I mean, as wing backs, I do think those two really suit that position, those positions.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, because the engine that both players have got on them. And Lewis Hall, we know he loves to get forward and how effective he is, as an attacking player. So yeah, and you want him further forward. You don't want to kind of restrict him too much because he can create. So yeah, and I mean, hearing the kind of that news about Tino, it makes me think he will probably play tonight. Um, so yeah, that'll be interesting. I was just saying before about the crowd as well. Just to kind of finish, the point that you made about getting behind the lads, and yeah, I think like kind of games gone by. I think sometimes that brings the best out of the fans and the team when, like I say, we have to show that defiance. If the ref as well as having a dodgy game, sometimes that it riles up the crowd. And if Man City score first, I echo what you said, Borky. Just stick with the lads and get behind them, because when you're playing at St James's, I just think it can be so powerful. Even like I say, in defiance, if you show that kind of determination, I think if you show that passion from the stands, it will filter down as well. They've got to give us something as well. Don't get me wrong; they've got to set the tone on the pitch, but let's push them. Let's get them through it as well.
Definitely.
So I'm just jumping to the comments there. I can see we've got a comment there about Miley. I really miss Miley, and yeah, that is a good shout, and it's going to be very interesting to see what we do with Miley. I think going forwards, really. I mean, not just this season, but I think next season where he plays, and if he plays in midfield, is he going to be an attacking midfielder? Is we're going to get him to maybe sit? Because I do think that could be an option. I think going forwards for next season, you tell Miley, look, you're going to sit, and then you tell Bruno and Tonali, if Tonali's still here, then you
Well,
tell them to kind of get forward a bit more.
is it a bit of a worry to you, Peter, how long Miley's been out for? And there's not really been, I mean, a dead leg. I mean, we went
Strange,
through
like,
it.
innit?
Gary went through it quite in depth, how long it takes to get back from dead legs. And I mean, unless his dead legs went black and dropped off, it's sort of, got gangrene or something in
It's
it. It's sort of,
yeah.
it's a worry how long he's actually been out for with this. Do you think there's maybe something else underlying there that's wrong with him, but the club just aren't releasing it as yet?
Mm. I mean, the leg must literally be dead,
Mhm.
and they've had to resurrect it. But yeah, it is strange. I've not kind of heard this before of a player being out for that long with a quote unquote dead leg. So yeah, he's got to be back soon. You'd like to think sooner rather than later. Um,
He just gives us so many options when he does come back, doesn't he? I mean, if Tino's back, then he doesn't have to particularly cover it right back anymore. We've got the two of them till the end of the season. So you push him back into that midfield. I think
mhm.
him back in that midfield makes that midfield look a hell of a lot stronger, especially with Bruno being out.
Yeah,
I mean, if you could play him, J7 and Tonali in that midfield, that's a hell of a setup when you think about it, really.
yeah, totally. It is, and yeah, we've got Ramsey still in there as well. I think who will be an important player. I think for Newcastle.
Yeah.
So we've got options. Again, for me, it's always like on paper. I think we've got a really good centre mid, but the issues I've got is it's more to do with the kind of discipline in terms of the setup. So it's kind of pointless having these great players in centre mid if like I know I've said this before, but if they're all going to just flood the opposition half and we're going to attack with the ball and they're all going to just bomb forward at the same time, then it kind of for me it undermines the whole um, the, the whole point really of having that midfield because yeah, I think the structure then goes out the window and you're just too open. So I would like to see one of them sit. And if it's Miley, then if it's Miley, if it's Tonali, it's Tonali. But I think that way you will then see the best of whether it's Ramsey or Bruno or whoever. I just think it would function better rather than this kind of kamikaze style where they're all just like being given license to bomb forwards. But because yeah, it's a class midfield in theory.
You know what I'd like to quite see is Miley play almost as the old style sweeper. So, you play your back four, but then you have Miley back as like the old style
Yeah.
sweeper. So he's a tall lad, so he can win things in the air forward, but he also picks the ball up, and it's him that pings the ball around. So the majority of play from the back of the park for Newcastle comes from Miley being in that position.
Mm.
So I think he'd be brilliant at that. I think it's potentially a role that we don't see very often now. I think we
No.
tend to see defensive midfielders rather than that particular role. But I think that is something that Miley could step up to and become world class in. To be honest, I mean, I think we'll have to see if Miley's trajectory keeps going the way it is. He is going to be an England international at some point. I don't think there's much doubt in my head about that because he's got everything about him that you want. He's got, he's got a football brain. He's good on the ball. He's tall. I just think he offers so much to a team that he's got to get in at international level.
Yeah. Those moments when he gets the ball in tight areas for me is just immense. And, for a player who is 19, to be so composed and so good on the ball technically and get out of those tight situations. And also it's the awareness, isn't it? And knowing what's around you and which players are marked up, who you can pass to, who you can't pass to. And he's flawless at all of that. So I agree. And it's funny you mentioned about sweeper because you remember that Rob Lee done the sweeper role?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did quite a
In
few
like
times,
sort of
yeah.
the late 90s. And that was unorthodox a little bit, but he was one of those players who went from being an attacking player, but as he got older, then became more of a defensive player who could read the game from the middle of the pitch. And there was a bit of a there was like a bit of a period in time when Robson then, like you say, you put him as sweeper, and yeah, it's a good shout that. I like that. I think it worked well with Rob Lee, and I don't think it. I think it was like in his last season, and I
Yeah.
think we tried it for about a couple of months, but um, yeah, I think Miley. Think about it. Yeah, that could be something to think about for Miley. He can do everything, can't he? That's the thing. You wouldn't rule it out because he's played centre back, right back, centre mid. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the one thing he hasn't got is lightning pace, so he's never gonna be, massively fast on the pitch, but I think
Mm,
what massively outweighs that is he's got a football and brain. So doing any position in midfield, his brain works better than his speed. So he's not relying on speed, he's relying on him understanding the game better than the other players on the pitch
mm.
and him being in the right position. So and that works for a lot of players. I mean, look, I don't know, like so I suppose Waddle was one of the biggest things with that. He had very little pace, but just had such a football and brain that he
Aye.
knew exactly where to be in the right position to get the ball and attack.
Yeah, and the best players normally they don't look flustered. Do they? Like the best
No.
players, it's like when you see centre halves, you know, reading the play. It's a similar kind of thing. Like if the centre halves are constantly having to make last ditch tackles, then that's not always a good sign. And I think it's the same with Miley. He can read the play so well. He can kind of make up for the fact that he's maybe not lightning fast. So yeah, totally agree. And we've got in the
Tell
comments there as well. Ooh,
just one the quick thing, Peter. I'll tell you one thing that hasn't been lightning fast is the chat hitting the like button tonight. If you guys could hit the like button forward, that would be magnificent, guys. Thank you.
it helps the stream big time. So if you can do that, folks, yeah, be much appreciated. Just help us get further as a channel. And as I say, we love all the chat as well, like all your comments. And yeah, I'm going to come to one now actually because I can see there that Stuart has given a bit of an insight into what we were talking about with Miley. So you're saying there, I've had a grade 3 dead leg before, and it took about 13 weeks. I was black and blue. Yeah, black and blue from my hip to my knee, and the bruising around the area. I was hit. Let's have a look. So I was hit. Was rock solid for ages. Okay. Yeah. So where you were hit with, it stayed rocks. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean that sounds bad. that I can. Yeah, and imagine maybe Miley's got he's in a similar kind of situation. If I'm reading that 13 weeks, yeah. It's
Tell you
it's
what
just
would be a
strange because you just don't often hear about that. That's the thing, and I guess it's not something maybe in football that's very common.
one thing I'd like to know, if Stuart can tell, was just how he got the dead leg, because Miley's didn't look that particular much of a massive incident at the time. So I
Hmm.
I don't know, I can understand people get dead legs from, like, maybe sort of massive impact or something like that, but if it hasn't been massive impact from Miley, is this natural, or is it just taking a little bit too long for him to be getting back?
Yeah, fair point. If you can let us know, Stu, then just if you want to expand on that, be interesting to know. So just looking as well in the comments there. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna jump on this one. Um, so we've got Jay Tafila in the comments saying, "Imagine Wharton and Miley in midfield. The passes in behind would be class." So I'm mentioning that right because did you see Wharton against Palace? I mean, I was
Yeah.
watching that game and he just unlocked the door like, and I put an eye, through the needle, kind of thing, and it was just so good. I mean, I know he's a good player, but that pass for the second goal was just yeah, top class. I would say it was a world class pass, to be honest.
Do you think Wharton would be a bit further forward than Miley, or do you think I mean, hopefully we do get him. If we could get him, do you think they would almost have to start playing like the old Spanish style of football, of playing the two little bit deeper central to midfielders?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's a funny one, right? Because Wharton, I think he will go somewhere in the summer. He'll go to a top team, and like I say, I was just so impressed with how he played against Tottenham. I mean, they gave him all the time in the world. Like, I'm not sure why they thought that was a good idea, but that was strange. Yeah, Tottenham, they were just backing off all the time. It was weird. Even though we had played with 10 men against Man United and we didn't have to back off. We had most of the ball. Actually, we were the dominant team, but yeah, Tottenham had 10 men and they just kept
I,
sitting back, and it's like
I think
just
if you're a Tottenham, we'll keep on Newcastle, but I think if you're a Tottenham fan at the minute, you are seriously worried about your team.
yeah, big time, big time. Because I was just baffled by the how they set up, and you'd have thought the new manager would give them some kind of bounce, but he hasn't. So yeah, but yeah, I
Nice
mean,
dealing for the championship, though.
yeah, honestly, yeah, it's going to be dead interesting, isn't it? To see, if they stay up or not. Because, like you say, I think they're in serious danger right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do change manager again. Because I think they'll just do anything to stay up. At this point, I think they'll
Yeah.
be desperate. They won't care how it looks. They'll just stay up by hook or by crook.
Big Sam's call.
Well, it's his forte, isn't it? I'm sure he might be ringing them. He might be saying, "You know what? You just might not want to appoint us, but you've got no choice. You're gonna have to hire us now." So, aye. It's like the glass in it break here, if in relegation fight.
In case of emergency.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Glenn Hoddle's been mentioned, and I actually, to be honest, when I saw that in my mind, I was thinking, do you know what? Why didn't they just go for him before Igor Tudor? Because to me, that makes total sense. He knows the club. He speaks really well. He still watches the game. I know he hasn't managed in a long time, but he knows what's happening with football. These days, he does the match coverage for a lot of broadcasters. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the dugout. It's a bit of like an Alan Shearer type thing in it, where he came in for Newcastle,
Yeah.
7 games to go or
The
whatever. But
the only thing with Glenn Hoddle would be whether there would be any concerns over his health, because I think he had a massive
that's
heart
true.
attack and things, didn't he? So whether
Yeah,
there would be concerns about that from both the club and the medical staff at the club, I don't know. But I mean, I'd love to see Glenn Hoddle back in football management. Me, I think he's not a guy I like particularly, but I do think he's very, very knowledgeable about the game. When he's on, you can't really argue with a lot he says.
nah, he's a good pundit. Like, yeah, he speaks sense, and I can just imagine that he would command respect, and if he walked into the Spurs dressing room, I think to me, from looking from the outside, they've got a lot of bad apples, and I think it's going to take someone who's got that bit of charm, maybe, to kind of get them to listen. And
Yeah.
it's I think that fine balance between someone who is not too harsh, but also not too nice, and maybe he's got that balance. Um, but yeah, like you say, that's Tottenham fans to
Their
worry about.
problem.
So. And just we were talking about Wharton, weren't we? So because Palace were playing Tottenham and he was pulling strings against them, and yeah, I mean, I think it's a funny one because even though he's a class player, and I think he will move somewhere in the summer. It's a bit of a conundrum as to where he would fit in for Newcastle because we've got a lot of centre mids. We've got Tonali and Bruno. We've got Ramsey, obviously J7. I do think maybe you could phase out J7, but I think if if Wharton was to come in, he'd probably expect to start a fair chunk of games.
Yeah.
So that would put a question mark over maybe either Ramsey or Tonali. So I think it would be harsh on both of those to just suddenly drop them for next season. But if there may be an overhaul, I think this summer, and if one of those players like Tonali, for example, if he was to go, if he wants to leave, for example, I wouldn't want to sell Tonali, but if he wanted to move, then maybe Wharton. That's when I would maybe look to Wharton and think he can now come in and pull the strings there for Newcastle.
Do something
Uh,
forward. I don't know if you've seen there, but Stuart put in what had actually caused his dead leg. It was a car accident. His was quite extreme, which required crutches in the beginning for getting about, but it did take a while to get back to normal. So I
wow.
mean, I hope you're okay now, mate, and everything's is back to proper normal for you. But I
Yeah.
mean, Miley's wasn't like that, was it? It wasn't sort of a massive impact injury or anything like that. So you know, It's as I said, there's something in my mind that's niggling is why it's just taking this long with him.
Mm, yeah. Has he been asked about that? I know they keep asking now and again about updates with injuries, but it would be
Y
nice for them to ask Eddie Howe about, I know it's a dead leg, but can you expand on that? Can you maybe just detail why, like you said, it is taking so long? Because it'd just be, yeah, we're just curious to know, aren't we? It would just be good to get an insight on that.
It stops
Um,
it being a question as well, doesn't it? It stops it being the likes of now we've went into it in depth, and
mm,
it just stops if it's sort of, it's a really bad dead leg and we haven't got, like, a massive time frame as yet, or there's something else underlying there.
mm,
It's just the club seem to be very reluctant to release anything really on what's going on.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully, we'll be back sooner rather than later. I mean, if he does come back soon, he's coming back just at the right time.
Yeah.
Business end of the season. And just with regards to that, I'm going to mention. Let's have a look here. I keep getting Asula mixed up with Ilanga for some reason. Yeah,
I
Ilanga.
do it all the time.
I thought, yeah, it's
Terrible.
strange, isn't it? So yeah, Ilanga. I think it was a brave call by Eddie when he played Ilanga against Man United in the last match because I was fully expecting Murphy to come in after what had happened in the previous game, and yeah, with the Everton match going the way it did, I just felt that the Man United match was so big. I was worried whether Ilanga could stand up and be counted really in such a big game. But what I will say is, I think he done all right. Um, I've got my thoughts on him, but what do you reckon? How do you think he done against Man United, and what do you reckon for tonight? Would you stick with him for tonight?
Just a quick update, it's Wrexham 1, Chelsea 0 in the FA Cup. So
Wow.
we might be in for a Hollywood finish there. In regards to Elanga, he has got better over the last few weeks, and I've sat on the panel and heard people saying, "Oh, he's got better," but he still hasn't been brilliant as such. He still isn't setting up loads of chances. His crosses or haven't been brilliant at times. He's not really getting into shooting opportunities. I mean, his game is developing. Sorry, his game's not developing. His progression is developing at Newcastle, so he isn't as bad as he was when he first came in. But I still don't think he's at the level that he was at Nottingham Forest. He's
Mm,
certainly not the player that we bought for that amount of money, the £55 million or whatever it was we paid for him. He's not shown. He's not even really showing glimpses of why we've paid that much. If you're buying a Premier League proven player, you really want them to set the world on fire from the moment they step into the club. That's why you're paying that premium for them, and he
mm,
hasn't. And do I think he can? I think where sometimes you have to look at the player that's backing him up in Murphy. And Murphy at times, I mean, I don't rate Murphy massively at all. No, you do, but I don't, Peter. But in regards to Murphy, he looks the better option on that side most of the time. I think if you were going into the night's game or you were going into Barcelona game and you were going to play a right-sided midfielder, you know, you go with Murphy. But if you're playing Elanga in a slightly different role, I understand why he's doing that because he's got that speed about him. And again, in games like this, if you've got a solid back and you maybe he's going to be trying to hit them a little bit on the counter attack, then obviously Elanga's the man to do that. But has he set the world on fire while at Newcastle? Definitely not. We
Mm,
need to see a lot more from that lad.
mm. Yeah, I don't like kind of criticizing him and kind of calling him out because he does seem like a really good lad, and he's not someone who I don't think he's got a terrible attitude or anything like that. He's not like a bad apple, and I want him to do well. I want it to come good, but yeah, what I will say is that yeah, I think you're right, Borgie. 50 million, the summer signing that he was, the bar has to be higher. So I will say on one hand that against Man United, even though he didn't score, he didn't assist, but he was persistent. I'll give him that. He kept going. I think what I liked is that he wasn't afraid to. I know this might sound very basic, but he wasn't afraid to actually turn and progress the ball forwards. Where there's situations where I think if you're Langer and you're in the form that he's in, it would be very easy to play the square pass and go back most of the time. I will say I think he tried to go forwards quite a lot and he tried to beat the fullback. So didn't always come off, but I think his attitude was good, and I like that he's trying to use the space behind the opposition. He knows he's got the pace, and it's something that like he needs to embrace that. So yeah, fair play for that. He hasn't completely gone under like I thought he may have after that Everton match. But yeah, in the same token, you're right. I mean, what I would say as well about Murphy is if Elanga had came in and hit the ground running and really kind of shown top class quality, like we all hoped he would, I do think that would have also helped Murphy, and that would have helped raise his game, and he may have then went on to become, even late in the career, in his own career that he is, he may have even developed his own game as well, just kind of feeding off Elanga. So it's kind of, for me, it's been a bit of a double whammy because all the pressure then when Murphy's came into the side, all the pressure's been on him to deliver. He's not stupid. He'll see Elanga. He'll know that he's struggling and he has to kind of like it's do or die. So that's probably not helped Jacob Murphy at all. You want players to be pushed and to sort of like say, well, if he can do that, I can do that. But yeah, I think with Elanga, he needs to start getting an assist. He needs to start scoring, and that's what a 50-odd million pound player should be doing, really. At some point this season, because I don't believe he's scored, has he, this season in the Premier League? It's in the FA Cup when he got the goal, but the Carabao Cup it was. But yeah, and just ultimately you just can't hide away from that, can you? In terms of the stats, and I want him to kind of puff his chest out. This is the thing about him is I feel like sometimes he does himself a disservice, and yeah, I just want him to be a bit more cocky, even. Do you know what I mean? And just go out there and have a bit more swagger because he's got the pace. So yeah, and he's unpredictable as well. So he just needs to have a bit more fire in his belly, I think, in terms of like just that bit of extra determination. But we'll see. See if he starts tonight.
Do you think there's a bit of a call to play Sula ahead of him? Because you talk about having fire in your belly, so you'll go out and do something that you don't expect.
Yeah.
I mean, Sula's that guy. If you want that, I mean, if we're playing with a Langa who he's not the best defensively, he's not going to offer you a massive amount defensively. If you're going with a defensive player, you would play Murphy. But if you're going with the attack player who you want something completely different from, is that more Sula at this point rather than Elanga? Is that Elanga sort of between the two in regards to he's not quite as fruitball as Masula, but he's
Mm.
also not quite as good defensively or with actual technical delivery as Murphy.
No, that's true. Yeah, I think that's the thing with Asula is if he was on that right hand spot, if it is the same formation where it's like the sole striker and then you've got the two wide forwards,
Yeah.
you would then probably have to ask the question of whether you would trust Asula to maybe fill in and get back when he needs to. But no, I mean you really couldn't argue, to be honest, if Asula was to come in that right hand slot in place of Elanga, because yeah, it's just you look at the two players, it's kind of chalk and cheese in terms of the form and the, like you say, the dynamism. And I mean, for me, Asula reminds me a bit of Lamana Loa, just purely in terms of like the unpredictability, you know.
Going for it. Do you know what the thing is with him as well? I don't know whether you could turn around to the rest of the team and say, look, you've got to put an extra 5% in the or 10% in the extra each because I'm playing Asula the night. So,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you know,
they've got a massive
he's
energy.
I mean, you know as much as I do about what he's actually going to do. He's as mad as a box of frogs, but
Aye.
he is potentially the guy that's going to win with the game. So, feed him the ball, run in front of him because he'll sometimes do something unbelievable.
Mm.
And but you guys have to be prepared to sort of back up the fact that we are playing with him and he's not somebody who's going to be massively involved in the game. Although I'm seeing that, and he was the one who won the ball back for his own goal.
He was, and it was exactly the same as, remember the Fulham match earlier this season when Bruno got the winner. That was the same kind of thing where Asula came on and he closed down the centre half, forced the centre half to give it away, and then he eventually got on the wing. And on that occasion, when he cut in, he shot, really good shot, but the keeper saved it. And then obviously Bruno comes in and puts away the rebound. So, and then it's funny because since then he kind of tailed off, didn't he?
Mhm.
Um, since that Fulham match, all the way back in, when was it? I think October. And we hadn't really seen that since from Asula in terms of that impact that he had. But he showed it again against Man United, and yeah, it was just class to see him back in form.
Is he a big deal game player? Because when you think about it, with how he's played him against lesser teams, from most of the things I can remember in regards to him being substituted on, is he the type of guy that if you put him out against a Man United, a Man City, a Barcelona, you know, it's his time to shine. I mean,
Mm,
when we're in that situation, those teams are going to be attacking with more, and if he's thinking, hang on, I've got space here. If I run, I'm going to get on to the end of things. So,
mm,
is he a big game player, and is he the type that if we do play him against these type of teams, something will happen with him?
mm. Yeah. And Niall Powell here has made a point about saying it would be great for selling at the end of the season. I mean, that's the thing is, obviously, no one's going anywhere right now until the summer, so you got to use that to your advantage, and it's kind of win-win, really. I think obviously you don't blame Sula if he's got that in mind in terms of like he wants to try and impress because he hasn't been a regular, so he'll want I think to either play more games for Newcastle or go somewhere else and play more often. And he's been patient, so I wouldn't blame him for wanting to move. And obviously Newcastle may well want to do that anyway because it's they might not be fully convinced. But I do think between now and the end of the season it is a bit of a chance for Osula to kind of show everyone what he's got, and it may determine whether Newcastle decide to keep him.
Do you think Asula's now ahead of Wissa? Do you think Asula's now potentially we're back up striker?
Mm. Well, I think Wissa's going to be. He should be very worried. I mean, if I was Wissa, I'd be looking at that thinking, "Geez, like I've got my work cut out here." Because not only is Gordon went ahead of us from a few weeks ago as striker, now Asula's came on and then done that against Man United. So yeah, maybe that's where you do put him right wing, and that then
Yeah.
leaves the slot open for Wissa to still try and show what he's got, between now and the end of the season.
The
Um,
problem with Wissa is but now we're kind of stuck with him, so we're going to have to try to do something with him because he's on such a big wage and we've signed him for such a big amount there's not going to be another club comes in for him as such. So
Mm,
we'll have to make that signing work in some way or the other. So he
yeah.
has to start getting game time and scoring goals.
You're spot on. Like, because if that doesn't work, then we are then tied with a player on I would imagine big money with not much sell on value really, like
Yeah.
you say, because of his age. And yeah, um, could be a tricky one. That's the thing. If you sign too many players like that, it can snowball. It really can, and you're suddenly stuck with a squad where you can't shift. And I think for me, Tottenham is a good example of that. But yeah, I mean, I'm still in the back of my mind. I am still hoping that Wissa will come good, even though he's looked far from showing that he can come good. Whenever we've seen him, most of the time this season, he's just looked way off it. And I know he may not be fully fit, so I'm kind of like, I'm just hoping that is the reason, and we will see the best version of Wissa when he does get his chance next time.
My worry about this talk about him not being fully fit is he's been back since, was it the end of December, start of January?
Yeah.
And we're in March now. Sure enough, he's had time to build up some sort of fitness and he should be at some sort of level. I
Mm,
mean, part of my head was thinking, would it have been best off or let him go to the Congo? Go to the AFCON and play for the Congo, let him
mm,
score some goals over there, which I've no doubt he would have. Then he comes back with a bit of confidence to Newcastle. Would that have been
mm.
the better option? I mean, it's all hindsight now, but would that have been the better option for him and for Newcastle?
It's weird you say that because if he had went there, right, I would have been fuming.
Yeah,
But now you've mentioned that, do you know what? Like you say, in hindsight, it may have actually been the best thing that could have happened because, like you say, he could have got into his groove, hit his stride, and then he comes back to us full of confidence and maybe fully fit. Yeah, but I think it was just one of those things where I think the optics of it all, if he had have went at that time, it just for me it would have looked really bad.
it,
Um,
I
so I
mean,
was kind of pleased.
I was
Yeah.
completely. I can't sit here and say, "Oh, that this is what I was saying." I wasn't saying that at the time. I was saying I'd be fuming if he went across there. But
Mhm.
as I say, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and might that have been the best thing for everybody?
Aye. No, it's weird how it works out. I think you're right. It probably would have been. Looking back, I think yeah. But like you say, that's similar to Alanga. That's another player we've paid big money for, and you want to get something from that. You don't want to just. You could maybe write one of them off. Do you know what I mean? You get to the summer and you think, okay, like you can't keep carrying players, and maybe one of them will have to be sort of let go. But to let go both of them, I think you'd like to think one of them's going to come good,
Yeah.
being 50 odd million pound signings.
I mean,
Um,
hopefully with Eddie having a full summer with them both, I doubt very much that I don't know this 100%, but I doubt very much the Congo have got to the World Cup, have they? I might be completely wrong
Good
there.
question. I'll have to double check that. If
Yep,
if the
and
chat want to let us know,
yep, I don't know about Langa either. Well, Langa has got his. Have they? Did
I don't think they did. They were,
did
they were
I
really
don't think they
struggling for
did.
Sweden.
So have those two players got a full summer at Newcastle under Eddie Howe for him to get them trained up? They'll have a little rest, and then he's got them for a full pre-season. I think that
Aye.
could be maybe this season we'll just say at the March being a settling in season, and next season
Mm.
you start to produce what you can.
Yeah, yeah. And Eddie can get them on the grass. Um, see what Win thinks of that because I thought Win wanted someone else, but anyway. Um,
Win
but yeah,
flip flops. He wants somebody else like the players who have got. He doesn't like anybody. He's just
uh,
his mood changes with
I'm
the
Eddie
wind,
out
as
now.
they say. Yep.
I am sure he'll come back to us on that one. But yeah, so it would be interesting tonight to see, as I say, if Ilanga starts tonight, and maybe if Wissa gets a look in, because like I say, we've got this mad schedule coming up, 3 games this week. I personally want to see Wissa at some point. I think like it's important that he's given the chance to show something. And we've got, like I say, Man City tonight, Barca midweek, Chelsea the weekend. Yeah, maybe he can come on as a sub in one of those games. do something. He's got to. It's getting to that point where he has to show something.
I think this could
Just want
be
to quickly go on, Boy. Sorry,
yeah,
what are you going to say
just
there,
gonna
mate?
quickly ask if you think this could be a game that we are gonna really miss Ramsey in regards to him being suspended. You know, he's been the midfielder that's been coming into form. I mean, Tonali's got a lot better over the last few weeks. You know, are we gonna be is Matt Ramsey gonna be the biggest miss of the night?
He may well be. I mean, obviously we got by without him against Man United, so that bodes well. And Joe Linton, I think, stepped up. To be fair to him, I think played brilliantly. And again, I've been a bit critical of J7, but when he's on form, he can kind of. I was going to say he can do everything. He can't always shoot. That's the only thing. But yeah, in that midfield area, he can drive forwards with the ball. He obviously can shield the ball. He's got a good pass on him. I think he can progress the play really well. He just has to. He has to calm down that kind of spikiness that he brings to the team, which is brilliant. But like we saw Tonali dragging him away, and like he, he he's just got to be careful with that because he's always close to getting himself in hot water, and I think that kind of that can let down the team if he's hot headed that way. But yeah, credit to him, he stepped up. Tonali stepped up. So and then Willock done really well, I thought. So yeah, to be fair, I think Ramsey will still be a miss because I think Willock is really good, but then sometimes he can go off the boil. I think Ramsey is. I think he's probably, I would say, better than Willock if I had to like pit them both against each other. So yeah, but we'll see. I think we should be all right. To be fair, I think given how they played again against Man City, for me it is again about how the team is set up, the structure. I think with the right structure, those players should thrive, whether it's J7 or whether it's Ramsey. So yeah,
Just to confirm, the chat have confirmed that both Elanga and Wissap have a free summer this summer, so they should be able to have a proper pre-season and some training ready, and hopefully that gets them back on track.
yeah,
Do you think with Ramsey, he's a little bit of maybe what Bobby Robson would have called part of his blue collar brigade? He's, somebody who you can
blue
put your
chip.
trust in. Yeah, blue chip brigade. Sorry, you
Yeah,
can put your confidence in, and he's never going to set the world on fire amazingly wise, but he's always going to give you a steady and proper performance.
definitely. And to be honest, I think he's class. I mean, his technique is really good. The way he can spin, and I've noticed he likes to pick out a good pass. Like he likes to thread the ball through sometimes through the channels where it's not an obvious pass, but he's always looking up to see if there's anyone further ahead who's going to can progress the play to. So whereas I think Willock is maybe more of a runner. I think that's maybe the difference where Willock is he's probably a bit faster than Ramsey, but he's more of a dribbler. And I think Ramsey, yeah, is probably better, I would imagine. I haven't seen him obviously as much as Willock over the last few years, but Ramsey also, that goal against Tottenham was quality. And I just think he's a bit quicker in his general play, whether it's a pass, whether it's a shot, whether it's to turn. He just seems to be that little bit quicker. So, whereas, like I say, Willock is more quicker in the sense that he can stride forwards. Maybe not so much in his decision making. So, yeah, but we've got options there in the middle. That's the thing. We have got a really good centre mid, I feel, and obviously Miley coming back will add to that as well. So just before we're getting to a bit more with regards to the Man City match tonight and playing Newcastle, I want to just get your thoughts, Borky, on the ticket prices. So this week it was announced that there's a 5% ticket increase in the ticketing for next season, and a 15% increase in the premium bars apparently as well. So with regards to the 5%, I believe that is another increase from the year before, and that was also an increase on the year before that. So, what are your thoughts on that news that's came through this week?
I'm sad to say for the regular fans that I can see this being a thing moving forward. You know, with prices compared to the other top teams in the Premier League are reasonable, really reasonable. Um, it's not what you want to see for because you want to keep the proper fans in the ground, you know, and I understand a lot of fans who have been going will find this increase just that step too far to be able to play.
Yeah.
But if the club can make the money, they're a commercial outfit. End of the day, you know, if you're selling shoes and you can get 5% if you're paid selling shoes for 55 quid and you can get 5% extra, so you get 50. I shouldn't have used 55 quid because that was a hard one. But you know, you can get it was £52.50. You're going to add that little bit on. You know,
Mm,
it's part and parcel of business. So it's not what you want to see for the proper fans. And the last thing I want to see is we turn into a a prawn sandwich eating, sort
yeah.
of whatever Roy Keane said, sort of brigade at the club. But
Yeah.
if we want to be a big club, that is the direction we're heading. As for the corporate tickets, adding 15% of them, they must be selling them. They must be making
Mm,
profits on them. So that they're obviously thinking to themselves, hang on, we can make a hell of a lot more with these ones. So if you're, I think with 15%, if you can afford to pay, is it normally about 220 quid or the cheapest corporate ticket, and then you make your way up. Some of them are like 1,000 quid, I think now. If you're
mm,
adding 15% to them, as a as somebody who can afford 220 quid, is 15% really going to put you off? And
mm,
I don't think it will. So it's the club acting as a commercial outlet. We've got a product, people want to buy into it. It's the way things are going. As I
mm.
say, we'll lose some proper fans, and you will maybe see the identity of Newcastle United starting to change. But you know that's the road one. Well, not unfortunately, that's the road one. Fortunately for us as a club, but unfortunately for the day-to-day fans at the ground.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I get that with the corporate side of things and the premium bars and all that. For me, I think in terms of the season tickets in general, I do think they've got to be careful because you don't want to go down the route of where they know the price of everything but the value of nothing, you know. So that old cliche was something thrown at obviously Mike Ashley for different reasons to what we're seeing now in terms of like we're talking about ticketing pricing. But yeah, I just think like at the end of the day, it's a commercial entity, absolutely, but it's also a football club. It's also Newcastle United, so you've just got to be mindful of that. I think like you've made the decision to come in and buy the club, and you've made the choice to buy Newcastle United. So if you want to not have any part of this kind of um, I'm not even going to say sentimental. I'm going to just, say in terms of the community side of things, then there's other businesses you can pursue that don't come with that baggage. So just
Yeah,
pursue them. Then don't go down the route of buying into a club that has a community at heart. I think you've made that choice to buy into that club. So therefore, I think you should respect that and understand what you've bought. And I just think it's a fine line. I think that you've got to be careful and not just. I get that if you want to be ambitious and be successful, and that comes with an increased, you know, ticket price and system and structure. But at what cost? I mean, I just think like they've got to also measure that against what does that do? How does that measure up with the community and with the fan base? You just got to always bear that in mind. And you do not, for me, if you end up in a situation where we're being successful and the club is at the top, but the stadium is full of, it's like the Eddie had, basically. Sorry, to any Man City fans watching tonight, but um, yeah, if the stadium every week is just like there's no passion, then it kind of defeats the whole point. You're being successful, but but at what cost? As I say, so they should always honour the fact that you are, it is Newcastle United, and we're not in London. So yeah, but we'll obviously get into that more as the season goes on, and certainly in the next season, I'm sure there'll be more debates
Got
had
the
around that.
team. Got the team. If you want us to shout it out, Peter, have you got it?
Nice one. I can see it here. Yeah. Yeah. So go through it, Borky. What we got? Let's
We've got
get into this.
Ramsdale, Trips, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Barnes, Chow, Asula, Elanga, Baltimore, and Willock. I think the breaking news from that big two is, well, three things is Ramsdale keeps his place in goal, Burns has dropped to the bench, and Gordon's dropped to the bench.
Wow. So yeah, I thought Burn would have played. So it's Botman and Chow in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm pleased Ramsdale is still in. That is good. I want to see him given a run. So Voltamader's back in. Wow. Okay. So he's using the squad, isn't he? He really
He
is
is.
using the squad with these games we've got coming up. He's chopped and changed quite a bit here.
He has. I mean, it's more than a change than I thought it was going to be. I
Yeah.
thought he'd tried every game till the end of the season, sort of as a cup final.
Mm.
I'm guessing the formation is. This is just my guess. I don't know if yours is the same, mate. Maybe Trippier, Chow, Botman, and Hall at the back. Willock and Tonali in central midfield. Elanga and Barnes on the wings, with Baltimore playing a slightly withdrawn position and Asula up front.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Yeah. So I think Asula will be up front, and it looks like Voltamada will be again in that kind of
Floating
triangle,
midfield.
if you like, in the
Yeah.
midfield. Yeah, because Bonds, who've we got there? Bonds and Elanga. You'd think they'll be on the wings. Yeah. So we've got Willock and Tonali in the middle. I agree. I think that's the setup. So obviously we've got the whole Voltamada experiments coming back round again, and you'll get all the pros and cons that'll come from that, no doubt.
I can't think of many times with the Baltimore and Asula starting together. I don't know if they actually have, but that could
No,
be a strange combination for Man City to have to defend against.
yeah,
With Baltimore, who, it can turn on a sixpence for a big guy, and Asula, who, let's face it, his manager doesn't know what he's going to do. So how the hell's the opposition going to do it?
yeah. How Voltamada's going to get on his wavelength, on Asula's wavelength, I do not know. We'll
Yeah,
see. But yeah, I think it's exciting, to be fair. I think, you know, you want Voltamada to be in a position where he can cut teams open. And I do think for me, right, the whole thing about Voltamada, I think there's been too much of this debate where it's like you have to be either all for Voltamada or totally against Voltamada, and I just think like, look, he's he's a quality player, but I don't think he's sometimes helped himself, and I don't think Eddie has helped him. Do you know what I mean? There's all these different. There's a nuanced conversation like around Voltamada. It's not just like one thing that makes him good or bad, or makes the whole situation, whether it's working or not. I just think like, yeah, there's certainly a debate as to what his best position is, and I get it. If people don't want to see him playing in this position here, the way I would think he'll be playing tonight, I do get that, because the criticism is that he's then got defensive duties. Ultimately, he will find himself sometimes in our own half, and I agree. I think it's probably not ideal, but the flip side is you'll get involved more, and I think you will then see him also in their own half, in the opposition's half, in these positions where he's harder to pick up, and he can thread the
yeah.
balls through. So it's just, I think, we've said before on the show, I think me and Timmy have said how I think ultimately, I think we'll see the best of Voltamada where he's either next to a striker or he's behind two strikers, and I think the 4-3-1-2 formation will be perfect. So three centre mids, Voltamada then ahead of them, and the two strikers ahead of Voltamada. But
tell you one thing we haven't picked up on, Peter, which
yeah,
the chat's going crazy about. J7 isn't playing.
good point. Yeah, he's on the bench. So
Yeah.
J7 is on the bench.
Never let me read the team out again because I've missed that point completely. But no J7.
Yeah. Yeah, and Gordon's on the bench as well. And I thought Gordon would play tonight. He's not. Obviously, we've got Wissa on the bench. So Tino's not playing tonight. We thought earlier Tino might
Tino's not in the
start.
squad, is he?
He's on the bench.
Was he on the bench, Tino?
He is. He is. So he must be.
Should we quickly run through the bench? So we've got Pope, Joe
Yeah.
Linton, Wissa, Gordon, or Livramento. Yep, you're right. Jacob Murphy, Byrne, Alex Murphy, and Neve. That's actually not too bad a bench.
Nah. I think we've got options there definitely to bring on if we need to. Obviously, Wissa, Gordon, and Joe Linton stand out, but obviously Tino as well, because
Yeah.
we know Tino likes to get forward. So Murphy, we've got options there definitely, and we may well need that. You'd imagine against City, you're not just going to get through tonight's match. If you're going to win, it's going to be a collective effort. I don't think you're going to just have the first 11 win you the game. Against Man City, you'll need everyone, won't you? So, yeah. So let's just jump back into the comments there. I'll see what people's thoughts are. Now, wrong with this lineup says Mega Blastozoid. It is pretty exciting, I have to admit. So, Gav there says how masterclass incoming. Yeah, fingers crossed. And we've got Ian there, Ian Fleming. Haaland not starting. So, yeah, apparently Haaland for Man City is not starting, and that would be a surprise. So, yeah, I mean, Burns not starting for Newcastle, so it's kind of a good job that Haaland's not starting because Burns normally the man to deal with him. So we've got in the comments there, Lanier saying maybe 4-4-2, but yeah, we reckon it's going to be the sort of traditional, if you like, formation that Eddie likes. So we think it's going to be the 4 at the back, 3 centre mids with two wide players, and then Asula up front.
Imagine what confidence this has given to Sula, though, Peter, as well. Just starting the game, finally getting a
Good point.
chance to start a game.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That yeah, I think he's probably said to Eddie. Well, I mean, he didn't have to say anything really. The goal spoke for itself. But yeah, I think he's probably throughout the season has probably let them be known that he wants more minutes, he wants more games, and yeah, I think it's good that Eddie's rewarded that. To be honest, I think if he hadn't have started tonight, it could have been something where Asula would have looked at that and just been a bit demotivated, starting on the bench again after
Yeah.
scoring such a quality goal and basically winning the game for Newcastle against Man United. Asula on a run, it's needed. I mean, he'll be up for it, and he'll be high on confidence. So I think it's the right call, and obviously we've got Gordon to bring on if we need him. So yeah, let's have a look. So trolls there saying this isn't a bad. Can't quite make that one out. Like this isn't a bad Man U we are up against.
Man
You mean
City, I guess he means me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I haven't seen their lineup, to be honest. I'm not sure exactly what City's lineup, apart from the fact that it sounds like Holland isn't playing. I think that is really good news for Newcastle. Cheers, Wazza. Got a super chat there from Wazza. Let's make this cup ours. Magpies love shiny things. There you go.
Yep. Nice big trophy
Oh.
was on that cabinet again. Right, cheers, mate.
Aye. No, exactly. And we've got Niall there saying J7 not playing, big mistake for me. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, there is a school of thought that J7 is normally needed in these kind of games against the likes of City, and Arsenal when we're playing the big teams at home, because he brings the muscle. He can kind of dominate physically. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we've got Tonali in there in the middle, and I think he's back on form now. Willock. So it's interesting that Willock and Tonali, it's an interesting combination. But I've said before that I think Willock in the middle, it can be really effective because he brings the pace. And if you think about it, you've got Tonali and Votamata there. They don't have lightning pace, do they? I mean, yeah, especially Votamata, he's like someone who wants to kind of pick out players with a pass. And I think Willock brings that. He has that pace and that lightning quick dribbling skills when he's on form. That it's a nice contrast, I think, with Tonali. So I don't mind that combination.
Anyway, are we
But
about to hand over to the match team, Tim?
yeah,
Peter, sorry.
yeah, it's hit 7:00,
The,
and
the main man's back as well, by the look of it.
we've got the Geordie Yam Yam in the house. Let's have a look here. So, welcome, guys. We've also got Graham. We've got Michael Grahamslaw co-commentating for everyone tonight. So, welcome, lads. How you all doing?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm still not 100%. But like I say, I am back of some existence. It was interesting listening to you boys with the Man U game. Didn't watch the game. Wasn't feeling too great. But I was listening to you boys in the commentary. And like I say, I'm glad I'm back. I'm just
so's everyone listening.
I am a bit chesty though still, so like I say, I'll do my best for you guys out there in Viewland. Boki and Peter, thank you so much for starting the show off. As always, it's a pleasure to listen to you guys in the build-up. Yeah, what's your thoughts on this team then before you disappear, boys?
Go on, Boy.
Excited, mate. I think it's a good team. I think it has potential. You know, I think it probably puts more question marks in Pep's mind and answers anything. Maybe that's why he's been a little bit late releasing his team, because he's thinking, what's Eddie doing here? And has Eddie got a master plan to get us a massive result tonight, get us through to the next round, and get us an FA Cup?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, like I say, you were absolutely spot on when you said, if the way Asula finished. The only problem is, again, Asula through the middle. Is that the answer? For me, he gets found out too easy through the middle. He looks so much sharper, so much willing to run when he goes down that right-hand side. And again, he just, for me, he comes to life when he's got space. You see his step-overs and things like that. The lad really enjoys that space in front of him. And like I say, unfortunately, through the middle, I often find he's a little bit too much of a yo-yo striker for me. Defenders don't need to go tight because they know where he's going to run to. He needs to have a look at the likes of Beto, boys that haven't got skill but have got some mentality to run a line. And like I say, I think it's going to be an interesting one because I've just had a look at FootMob and they've got Votamata playing left wing. So it's going to be an interesting one. Like I say, but for me, it is. I agree with Boki. It's an interesting one. My only concern with tonight, if he's going to go with a 4-2-3-1, which I can't see him doing, I think he's going to be very much Tonali as the lonesome. I think it's going to be a 4-1-4-1. The way it sits in my mind, Willock and Tonali as the sixes just don't work for me. It does make you wonder whether he's dropped Ramsey because of the weekend. He's obviously with his red card, he's not going to be available. So it does make you wonder whether he's just trying to set a team up for the next game rather than this game. Because Ramsey could have played tonight.
Oh, could he?
I thought Ramsey was suspended.
Well, I think isn't that just for the Premier League?
No, I think it's out in the cups. Yeah.
Is it the next match, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I thought they changed it. It used to be, just for the competition that you get the red card in, but I think at some point, not too long ago, they changed it, so it was whatever.
Far too many changes of these laws. It is criminal. It is criminal.
We'll let you off. You're being poorly.
Hey, mate, I tell you, the one cell that is just working. So, like I say, I'm not sure whether it's going to be much good. And I do apologise if I have to go off to have a little cough in the background. I'll do my best, like I say. It is, like I said, for me, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm just having a quick look at some of the results today. Wrexham and Chelsea 1-1. That's an interesting scoreline. Arsenal just beating Mansfield 2-1. I mean, they did put a bit of a strained side out. And obviously, we saw the Liverpool Wolves 3-1 yesterday evening. For those, it was a little bit of a different display from the weekend, I must admit, for Liverpool. They obviously realise that they have to come out and play the bottom of the league side, else they don't get results. Thanks. Like I say, we'll crack on and we'll do a job.
Yeah, just want to say as well for tonight, I think it's a good chance for Barnes to hit his stride because he's been out of form a little bit lately, and I think this is a good chance for him now. I mean, it's a tough game. Don't get me wrong. You're playing Man City, but yeah, hopefully he can kind of get back to what we were seeing not too long ago when he was popping up with those all-important goals last minute and showing what he's got. So yeah, bring it on. Let's hope he's up for it.
Yeah, exactly. Brian's just come in there saying he's suspended for Premier League and as well as the FA Cup. So thanks, Brian, for correcting me. Like I say, this is what I said. I've lost more to football than I know these days because I've been out of the game for such a long time. So, like I say, I only see what's in front of me. That's the way I look at it now. And I don't watch football like a lot of people do. And it's a strange one. I only ever watch Newcastle. No other game enters my vision. Isn't it weird?
It must be blissful.
Yeah, well, like I say, I just haven't got the time with a family like I've got. It's just impossible to sit down and watch other football. That's why I'd be no good for you guys on the Geordie Bias Prem previews because, like I say, I'd be looking there with my gob open and that'd be it. He'd be like, "What are you talking about? Where are
That's
they?"
what I do anyway. You're Irish.
Yeah, they're just having a look. It's going to be interesting to see what the TV set these guys up because, like you said, Pete, it was like for me. I think Barnes needs a good game, and sometimes when he's up against a decent opponent, you often see again Barnes is that type of player. If he does well in the first couple of minutes, he'll have an absolute storm. But if he gets a bit, tongue tied a little bit in that corner, you'll often find that he'll disappear into the game. So it will be an interesting one. And Anthony Gordon, like you say, the substitutes, it's a very strong bench with Tino back on the bench as well, which is great. And like I say, a nice little bit of rotation as well with Botman starting, gives Dan Burn a rest. And I think this is, what Boki was saying before. 7 changes, 6 changes. One result was bad. One result was absolutely excellent. Beating Manchester United with 10 men. What a result that was. And like I say, just proves sometimes you just never know. The Wurzel Gummidge United, I think we should be called, because you just don't know what Ed Newcastle are going to be wearing on the day. Because when they play, phenomenal.
Lads, my lift's here for the to get to the match. So have a fantastic show. And I hope Newcastle United win and you see me swinging from a lamppost in town later.
Yeah.
Cheers, that's guaranteed.
Absolutely. Well, like I say, I've been out of the game for so long. You can just see that I am starting to have a bit of a low battery in my ear. So if I have to disappear and change my headphones, that's where I am. Like I say, it's been a week. I haven't had anything on charge. So like I say, I could be here for only a second or two and then disappear. So it'll go. Peter, do you want to stay with us for a little bit or do you need to disappear, mate?
I'll let you crack on. Good to see you back, lads.
Cheers, buddy.
Have a good one. How are the lads?
Cheers, bud. Absolutely. We're the Toon. There you go. Well done for the lads jumping on board, like I say, and doing us a little bit of a warm-up for tonight's session. Like I say. Michael, how are we, sir?
Yeah, doing very well, thank you. How about you? You feeling better?
Better. Yeah, much better. When they start questioning whether you've got pneumonia, the things that go into your mind is bad. And I thought, I've got to stop kissing Eddie Howe. That's the problem. It's his fault.
Getting jealous.
Exactly. I mean, I started playing Wham, and that was it. His tongue was in my mouth. I needn't say any more. It was, it's been a bad few days, to be fair. Started off with a little bit of a sore throat, tonsillitis. Goes to the doctor, and he says, your chest is sounding a bit raw. And I'm like, I'm okay. I don't feel bad. That way I just felt like I couldn't swallow it, like razor blades. And then the day after, it was like, oh my God. The problem is he's fibromyalgia. Sometimes that's what I suffer with. It usually just mimics other ailments. So when I had my x-rays and stuff like that, it come back as negative. So it's a couple of days sucking on a lemsip type of situation. Really heavy cold, really. That's all it's been. But it's just really run me down. But like I say, it's been a pleasure just listening to you boys in the background. And like I say, I'm really excited about tonight because, like I say, if we can now go and do the other city, the other Manchester club in the same week, that'd be a great week for the lads and Eddie Howe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if you've seen the Manchester City side, but it's definitely a lot weaker than the strongest one they could put out. Trafford's in goal, Matheus Nunes right back, Kuzanov and Stones in centre back, Nathan Ake on the left hand side, left back, Nico Gonzalez and Reinders and O'Reilly, who obviously had a great game against us last time out, as their midfield three, and then Savinho, Doku, and the other player that loves playing Newcastle United. It's just seen it in the chat there. 5 of his 12 goals have come against Newcastle United. Omar Marmoush. And no Haaland on the bench either. So just Semenyo, Foden, Rodri, Cherky, just the rest of the Avengers.
I was going to say, it's still not a bad side, even though, like I say, they have got, quite a few on the bench. They're not the quickest at the back. And again, everybody keeps on saying, Matheus Nunes isn't a right back. But he ain't doing a bad job. These versatile players that come in to do a job for the gaffer. And to be fair, he's looked a stellar player at times for me. He's not only been a half decent defender, he's also been a very good player as an out going forward. So he links up play down that right hand side very well. So yeah, I agree. It's as much as this is a little bit of a makeshift Manchester City team, it's still a strong one. And Nico O'Reilly, the lad who scored the brace against us. Like I say, you talk about Marmoush. Sometimes when you take Marmoush out the game, they've certainly got other players that can hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it countless times. Just Wazzer in there with a super chat as well. Bogey's not here to hear it. Hopefully he's got us on DAB radio in his taxi. He said, Wazzer saying it has to be a strong lamppost. Thanks, Bogey, mate.
Absolutely.
Hope Bogey enjoys the game. Hope he comes away with those 3 points. And if you do see him swinging on lampposts in Newcastle City Centre later, just give it a minute before you ring the police, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I say, they have, strangely enough, gone and put Voltemada on the left-hand side, FOTMob. Let's have a quick look then at the two lineups that we've got. And this is, like I say, it's quite strange the way some outlets, I don't say all of the outlets, but some outlets seem to have us playing a certain way. I'm going to try and bring it a little bit higher. And like I say, so you guys can see a little bit more of it than I can deliver. There you go. I'm going to put that across onto the screen now. So as you can see, and goal for Newcastle, we do have Ramsdale, Trippier right back, Chow, Botman and Hall as your standard back four. They've got Barnes left of centre, Tonali and Willock. Like I say, I can see Barnes and Voltemada swapping places. I don't think I can see Barnes playing there, if I'm honest with you. But who knows? And up top for Newcastle, they've got Voltemada, Asula and Elanga. And like I say, it would be nice to see how Asula starts. I'd like to see him change places probably with, Elanga and maybe even Voltemada. Imagine playing this 4-3-1-2 with Voltemada just sitting off the two of Elanga and Asula. Something like that, something different. So Man City, as Michael's already said, Trafford, Nunes right back, Kuzanov, Stones and Ake left back, Reinders, Gonzalez and O'Reilly. Like I say, it's still not a bad midfield for Manchester City. Savinho on the right-hand side, Marmoush through the middle, the one who likes to score against us, and Doku, the tricky man who, like I say, he's going to create some problems. Be interesting to see how Trippier handles him today because, like I say, he's pacey. And let's see what he can do. It's an interesting one, the way FOTMob have put Voltamada left midfield on this one, left wing, and Barnes as left midfield. So do they know something that we don't, Michael? Or do you think it's just Eddie Howe playing his mind games with Pep Guardiola?
Yeah, just got to switch things over there because I've just got on to email so I can read everyone's comments in there as well. So we've got that back over. Lovely stuff. Yeah, for me, this is going to be one of those where we see just how good Pep Guardiola's newest signings over January are. You know, you look at Marmoush, brilliant against Newcastle, hasn't been great against a lot of sides. Savinho was brought in last season. Obviously, he spent time at Troyes and Girona. Hasn't hit the ground a light. Doesn't look great. Reinders, we know exactly how good he is. Nico Gonzalez is expected to replace Rodri at some point. I don't see it, but a lot of Man City fans say he's been decent. Kuzanov only seems to play well against us. So, for me, this is a Manchester City team that Newcastle should be looking at and going, we can beat this team. And it shouldn't be, well, it's definitely not going to be as hard. But for me, the first goal is absolutely vital. It shouldn't be as hard as beating them with Semenyo, Rodri, Haaland, Gay, Cherky, Diaz. You know, all players that would get into any team in the Premier League. You look at these and you go, Nathan Ake, not great for pace, as you previously mentioned. He's one that, you know, you would expect. It'll be Anthony Elanga on the right-hand side to get in behind and cause some issues. But I'd seen someone say in the chat earlier, and sorry I didn't pick up the name when I said it, but if we sit on the halfway line, push forward with Marmoush, Doku and Savinho in there, we're in for a long, long night if we start off by doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, you've got to look at Gavos. Thank you so much for just becoming a member, dude. It's lovely to have you on board. Like I say, there is plenty to look at now as a member of NUFC Talk. Like I say, there's new things, new happenings in the pipeline, as well as obviously what's happened already with behind the scenes and obviously the press now. We've got lads coming in looking at all things in the press room about Newcastle United. So again, welcome to everybody on DAB radio across the Northeast. I wanted to have a word with you before we obviously get into a little bit of Manchester City and having a look at some of their players, if you like. What do you think of Ramsdale's performance against Manchester United? Because I didn't think he had a bad game at all, lad.
No, definitely, and for those that who watch the player ratings, you'll see Ramsdale we surprisingly had up there as one of our top players. We were saying before the game we weren't expecting him to be on that level, but he made some absolutely fantastic saves. Whether it's the one from Manu in the first half, Xerxes in the second, and they're just the two that stand out as the long ranges. There was a few close range ones that looked decent as well, and his distribution is always good. So if he can play like that every game, I was seeing people talk in midweek about potentially keeping him just because, in England, he's not England level now, but England's number 3 or number 4 for 20 million, and he's still not an old goalkeeper. It can be a bit of a steal, particularly when you've got so many players to bring in the summer, because we're going to have a major shift out with just the players leaving on a free transfer.
On a free, yeah.
I don't think it will happen. I don't think Ramsdale will stay, but that performance, if he could do that kind of performance regularly for Newcastle, there'd be no doubt that he gets a contract here.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, having listened to you boys and obviously getting the winner right at the death there with Asula running it off the right hand side. I watched the match the day after, if you like, so I can get some idea of how the lads played. And I must admit, they surprise you at times, Newcastle. The way they played the first touch football around Manchester United was a pleasure to watch. Didn't always work, but when the lads have that mindset to go and play a little bit of football, it proves that they can actually do it, and when we see them misplace these 5 and 10 yard passes, that's why I get frustrated, because you just don't see them be that, have that continuity, be the same team back to back. It always seems disjointed at times. Is that because we give too much credit to the opposition, do you think? Do you think it's a case of, like with Man City tonight, different animal to Manchester United, we know that. But Man United are on a decent run under Carrick. And then, they were a tough opponent. And I thought it was going to be a lot tougher. And even with 10 men, if I'm honest with you, it looked like Manchester United had 10 men, not Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing is for Newcastle, our players, the likes of your Jacob Murphys, etc., when they have more than 5 seconds on the ball, they are terrible. And when they are playing that 5-yard pass, sometimes it can prove to be, I'm thinking of where the next ball is, where I've got to run. If you're thinking about multiple things at the same time, the pass is supposed to be the easiest thing. You're not thinking about that. For you as a player, obviously I can't talk for myself. I've never been a professional football player, but that's the last thing you're thinking about. The actual technique of the pass is what you should have down to a T, and you shouldn't have to think about it unless it's an outside the foot, Travella, whatever you're going to do. But I think when you play the way we played on Wednesday, I think you look at it and you do see a lot more the tiki-taka. They've got time. They haven't got time on the ball to think about it. It's just instinct. Pass, 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 pass. That's where they're pretty good.
Yeah, somebody saying in the chat there that you sound pretty low. You sound okay to me. I don't know whether you want to just pump your mic volume up a touch just so everybody gets them dulcet tones. Especially when we score. You don't want to be quiet when we score, Mike. There you go. I hope that's a little bit better out there in Viewerland. Like I say, it is an interesting one. Couple of players, obviously, Trippier doing what he can. Obviously, Mr. Marvel playing back-to-back games because of, obviously, limitations. Nothing I expected of a change, if I'm honest with you. I think these are, if you want to go far in these type of competitions, sometimes you just have to take the risk, the gamble. I couldn't see him throwing Tino in either because I think that is too much of a risk going forward. But it will be nice to see Tino have some minutes today, even if it's like, 15 minutes towards the end, just to get that competitive edge into his legs. Like I say, it's so different when you're playing on the pitch, training, compared to what you're playing with that mental pressure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Tino Livramento is the kind of player that will want to play every single game if he can, but Eddie Howe will know if you bring him in too early. He talked about playing Lewis Miley too early and potentially ruining his entire season. It's exactly the same case as what could have happened. If you bring Tino Livramento in, he plays 20 minutes and bang, his knee's gone. But it's the same with any sort of player. You've got to be cautious of them. You've got to know their limitations. Tino Livramento's is unfortunately lower than what I would say the average player's is. His quality on the ball and his ability is absolutely brilliant, but the best ability is availability, as they say. And he hasn't got that for Newcastle. So bet him in, and hopefully we get him back playing 90 minutes, maybe start of April. He can consistently play those 80 minutes. Give him a month, just easing him in.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like I say, it is, like I say, the 5th meeting between both clubs this season. Like I say, if they don't know each other's blueprint by now, they never will. And like I say, Manchester City have come out on top over those games played. I mean, obviously, Newcastle getting knocked out of the Carabao Cup campaign against City wasn't great. So, Newcastle really look at the FA Cup as probably one of the main routes, if not the main route, to silverware this season. So, is it revenge versus dominance, do you think, Michael, when it comes to this game? There's really nothing to lose. It's got to be won on the day or on the night. It's literally a case of going out there and seeing if you can get a result. And the only way you're going to do that is keeping the press on, keeping the players fresh when needed to change, make that change quick. If you see somebody, getting off pace a little bit. And to me, not respecting Man City. We know what they can do and provide if you give them the time to do so. I think you've got to get into them. You've not got to give them that space to work. And then when you've got the opportunity, like you say, when you've sucked them forward a little bit, use your pace to get in behind. And like I say, test him, test Trafford. Like I say, he's under the headlights in more than one instance today because Eddie Howe likes him. We know that he favours him. Should he put himself in the shop window further, or should he have a stinker? Who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be one of those where for any player playing today, you've got one eye for the next 3 months on the summer, because even if you're a Tino Livramento, you know that likes of Manchester City could be coming in, and that's a big, big move for you. And I wouldn't blame him if he wants away completely. For the fringe players, this is probably your last season at Newcastle. If you survive the major changes in the summer, next season will be as well. So for players like Asula, Willock, even Trippier, etc., they know that their performances in games like this can completely change what happens to them in the summer. Like Asula, I think if you're Aston Villa or you're a Frankfurt, you'll have seen the performances against the likes of Karabag, and you'll be thinking, are we really going to put 30 million into that? And then you see him come on against Manchester United and you go, okay, well, this lines up a bit more with the positives in the data that we've seen on him. Maybe, just maybe, that was an outlier, and we'll watch him a little bit more going forward.
Yeah, that is the thing, Michael. Before, because like I say, my headphones keep telling me that I am running out of battery, so I don't want to get into the match and then lose sight of your conversations with me. So I am just going to jump off for a second, just so I can swap over my headphones, and then I'll be straight back with you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. And just for those listening on DAB and not reading in the chat at the moment, big news coming out of Wales. Wrexham are 2-1 up at home to Chelsea. The fairy tale story, put that in a Disney Plus documentary or whatever it was. That is absolutely fantastic. And for Newcastle, if they're going to go through, that's potentially one of the big boys out. But I think, you look at Chelsea's lineup, there's a lot of changes in there. Achimpong, Sarr. It's still a very, very expensive squad. I think you look at the average price of those players, and I think it will be above 30-40 million. So it's not a bad squad whatsoever. And for me, they should be winning that game, but it's another big team potentially out of the competition, and it means Newcastle aren't going to have to knock every big team out of it. I know Arsenal and Liverpool are still in there, so two teams will probably draw in the next round if we go through, because that always seems to happen. The Mackhams get Port Vale, Newcastle get Man City. Sounds about right. But with the games tomorrow, Fulham taking on Southampton, Port Vale, Sunderland, Leeds United, and Norwich City. You'd like to see another team in there, like Wrexham as well. But I'm reading in the chat and I haven't got the confirmation of it just yet. I've just got the confirmation. As soon as I open my big mouth and say that Wrexham are in front, Chelsea pull it level with Josh Achimpong. But at the end of the day, it would be nice not to have to play every big team, but we're in the 5th round. Realistically, you're going to probably face a decent team in the next round. But, as I say, Man City, we've got to get through today. If we do, there's the potential of playing Fulham or Southampton, Port Vale or Sunderland, Leeds or Norwich. There's still plenty of teams in there. And then you've got West Ham and Brentford on Monday as well. So, out of the teams that have qualified, even if Chelsea do go through, if Newcastle go through, there's still plenty of teams you would want to play in there. What do you think? Just got the notification through there, Gary. Chelsea 2-2. Wrexham did take the lead temporarily, but I was just saying...
Straight from the kickoff by the looks of it, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunate for Wrexham. Saying the Hollywood Disney Plus or whatever it is dream, that's not going to go in the documentary. But the teams we've got coming up Sunday and Monday, you'd fancy pretty much any of them in the next round if you get past Manchester City, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. You know, we talk about Eddie Howe, and sometimes Lady Luck just doesn't seem to ever want to shine on Newcastle when it comes to getting through to the next round, because it just always seems, you know, the harder route, if you're going to get a route, it always seems to be the harder one. We saw it last year getting to the final and obviously winning the Carabao. And again, it just seems to follow suit. But again, you've got to play these teams. You know, it just always it gives you that bit of a sour taste when it comes to the fact that it's always Newcastle. You know, I know it sounds like sour grapes and everything else, but it always just seems like Newcastle get the tougher opponents on the day. Like, you know, you look at any other team that's compared, it's by far the toughest fixture. You know, and like it happens. Like I say, it happened last season. It's happening this season. But you know, for me, you get through this round, as you said, mate. You know, the doors are there. The arches have gone, but they're still there in some degree. And I can see, like you say, Wembley approaching, because I wouldn't be fearful of any other opponent. I know that sounds crazy. I just think these are the favourites. And if these are going to go for goal, if you like, they're going to play tonight. They have to play tonight. And like I say, the only advantage Newcastle have over these is, one, the game they've just played against the other Manchester team. The confidence should be sky high. An interesting one. I've just gone on. Have you had a look at SofaScore?
I haven't.
You seen the team that they've put out?
Let me guess.
Okay,
Voltama's
so
left
SofaScore,
back or something.
Well, no. Voltama's playing in the 10 behind Asula. Ilanga left midfield, so a left winger. Barnes right wing, with Tonali and Willock in the 6. So again, you know, this is what I said. Everybody seems to have a way of playing, and there's been a lot of people in the chat says, "Listen, we know Eddie will play 4-3," but when you ask Eddie, it's just fluid. It's not a system. It's 4-3-3 on paper. He doesn't say it's 4-3-3 static, but we have been guilty of being very static at times. So again, you know, that is just what it is when it comes to Newcastle. Let's have a quick look then at what we've got facing us tonight. 8 p.m. kickoff result must be reached on the day, like we said, with 30 minutes extra time played as the scores are level at 90. The tie will then be settled via a penalty shootout if required. Again, match tickets for those on the FA Cup ticket scheme have been uploaded to the digital season tickets. So all those people will have had them already uploaded, and like I say, Boki's on his way there tonight. I hope he has a good game. Not himself, but obviously I hope he witnesses a good game. The winners will take their place in the 6-round draw staged on Monday evening from 7 p.m. onwards. Like I say, Nick Voltamada is expected back. As we've heard, he is back in the squad after his slight illness. Tino Livramento again close and now on the bench. Lewis Morley still further away, and again, that is a worry for me. What's taking that, you know, that length of time for him to get back? Something more serious behind the scenes that Eddie Howe just doesn't want to admit. So it seems a bit, you know, more the truth that we heard the first week of the injury, that it's more ligament damage than it is muscle damage. I may be wrong, but it's certainly feeling that way for me. And obviously we've got Fabshare and Bruno, obviously, who was relaxed watching the game against Manchester United the other night, as we saw on his social media page. As I've just been informed by everybody, Jacob Ramsey serves a 1-match ban following his red card against Manchester United in the Premier League. Max Allain, again, these are all players that were really doubtful for Manchester City. Gvardiol, Kovacic are out. Nico O'Reilly was doubtful, but he has made the squad for Manchester City. So ahead of the third visit to Tyneside, City drew 2-2 at home to Nottingham Forest in the Premier League on Wednesday. Pep Guardiola's side reached this point in the competition thanks to a pair of home wins against EFL sides. 10-1 against Exeter City and 2-0 against Salford. It's just typical. The visitors were allocated just under 5,000 tickets for the game, but failed to sell them all. The configuration of the away section means that the unsold ones cannot be relocated to home fans, and therefore Saturday's crowd will be under capacity. Poor effort that from Man City, if I'm honest with you. But they do say they have a lot of empty seats also at the Etihad. Referee for today is Sam Barrett. a third Toon posting of the season to date for this Yorkshire official, following the 2-1 Premier League home victory over Manchester City, believe it or not, and the 0-0 draw away at home. I mean, what a contrast of information that is. We win against the City, but only get a draw against the Wolves. In total, Barrett has taken charge of 5 senior games involving United, and they are yet to lose one. So is that an omen for Newcastle? Well, I'll take it if it is. John Brooks is in VAR, and obviously you're with us for coverage. So watch this space. I'd like to see it be as exciting as it was for the other Manchester game. Like I said, I was itching. If I wasn't coughing my guts up, I would have been online watching it with you guys because it looked and sounded fantastic.
Yeah, great game. I think just with today, I was in the city centre earlier today, and you could tell there was a Newcastle game. I was in about 2:00. You could tell there was a Newcastle game on there at the Wyland Brewery, and literally you saw Toon tops in there when you were coming back in the street, stuff like that. Already in the bars, they're all packed out. Newcastle shirts everywhere, so you know that Newcastle are going to have a loud following tonight. I just hope they're not too drunk to not get in the stadium. But the thing that I didn't see, and I wasn't particularly looking for it, but I didn't see a single Man City shirt anywhere. And maybe others that were in town can say that they did. I got out of town about 3-4 o'clock, so they might have even just been getting into Newcastle at 5 or something, or just stayed around the train station. But it's almost a surprise that they got given 5,000 in my opinion, because they do have a good away following, but it's the third time they've been up. Well, it'll be the third time up here this season. Yeah, no one wants to do the same away day 3 times in a few months.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. But this is the FA Cup. It's not it's something that you think, and it's got to be done on the day, hasn't it? So there's no replay. So for me to get that involvement, if you do want to go, or are we seeing more of a relaxed look from the Manchester City fans because they've won everything now? Is it, oh well, I'll only go and watch them if they get to the semis. You know what I mean? Because that's when it becomes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've seen when the semi-finals are at Wembley, I've seen Manchester City get flack for not selling out their allocation at Wembley, and their responses were, when you've been to Wembley double figures the amount of times, everyone who wants to go is already gone, and unfortunately for a semi-final, it doesn't have the same effect. And to be that kind of club and always have people that are there, I'm so sure there's some Man City fans that would still love to go to Wembley if they had the chance, but a lot of them, the season ticket holders, etc., a semi-final just doesn't really hit the same anymore for them. And I sort of want Newcastle to get to that stage because it means we've got to a lot of finals. But also, I know when I tried to get tickets for both cup finals, I wasn't able to, and I was absolutely gutted. Wembley is a massive thing. Only ever been there for South Shields, and that was just to have I was in the press box for that, and that was brilliant. And I was like, one day I'm going to be here with Newcastle, but those times we've had 2 opportunities, not managed it.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'd ever get bored of Wembley. I don't know about you.
No, mate, absolutely not. It's been a pleasure. Like I say, I've never had the opportunity to get a Wembley ticket unless, obviously, I paid through the teeth, because you can always get them if you're willing to pay out silly money for them. And I was tempted once, but then it was like a case of, no, I'm not doing it. If once I give in once, I'm going to give in every time, and I certainly don't want to do that. I say I've paid through the nose to come and watch Spurs, believe it or not. My missus paid crazy amounts of money for me for a Spurs ticket once, and I went mad at her. But we did win the game, so it was only half mad. But it was it wasn't something that I want to do. You go into these third companies, if you like, where they obviously ticket out and make you pay through the nose. I don't want to do that at all. And who knows? If this expansion does come forward and raise its head, and there is more tickets available. I don't think it'll take too much for Newcastle to fill out a 70,000 stadium. I know they're talking around about the 68,000 seater stadium, which will be, fantastic. But
just got a super chat in there, Ian, aimed for you, Gary. Just with the name in the EV Mux that we have, but thank you very much for the super chat, Ian, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Because I am an imposter. That is why. And while I've been poorly, Boki, bless him, has covered absolutely fantastic for me. So there you go. I've changed it just for
it's
you.
It's a shout out.
And as you've told me. To be fair, mate, I never look in the bottom corner of the screen. I've got that many screens open at the right times, type of thing, to try and get this information out there. We are 20 minutes away from kickoff. An interesting one then. So let's have a quick look at some of the lads on the bench, if we may then, Michael. Are you...
before we do that, we have another super chat in there, Darren Mills.
Thank you, Darren.
Come on, the Toon. We can do this. You're absolutely right, mate. We're going to do it. We're going to win, and we're going to go on to get to Wembley. Fingers
you're right.
crossed.
Absolutely. We've got... if we can... did you expect Gordon to start? He had a decent game against Man United. Did you expect him to stay with virtually the same team against Man City? Or was the rotation expected in your eyes?
Yeah, I was expecting some rotation. I will say I expected J7 not to play. I think realistically, as much as we all love the FA Cup and this is the most realistic route to Europe next season, the Barcelona game is arguably much more important than this game as an individual. You win this round of the UEFA Champions League. We've got another super chat in, so I'm going to stop what I am saying. It's from the mighty Win, likely from Bally's. Hope you're enjoying the pre-match, mate, and I hope you enjoy the match as well. 10 in there. Thank you very much, Win. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, for me, if you have Barcelona on Tuesday, you can't look at Saturday and go, we have to be full strength. And winning this game gets you a couple of 100,000. Winning against Barcelona gets you a couple of million before you even get to the second leg. So for me, I can see why there was rotation. Gordon obviously was rested for Karabag. He hasn't played the full 90 minutes in a game since Liverpool, so he has been fairly well rested. So I would have maybe expected him to play over Barnes. Obviously, Barnes is struggling a little bit. But I expected Asula on the right-hand side as well. So there's a lot that he hasn't done, but I don't really dislike any of it. Maybe Voltamada in midfield is the one thing that I don't like. But with Ramsey out, if you're going to give J7 a rest, what other choice do you have?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it is there, but I think, you have got... there has to be rotation. We have to take that on the chin. I mean, we've already mentioned, 15 more games than Manchester United. And they were whinging that they're playing too much. It's incredible.
Exactly.
And we've said it many a time. This Newcastle team could be up and around the 60 game mark by the end of the season, if they continue, obviously, through the cups and progress through Barcelona. It is an incredible season for Newcastle, and again, it's an incredible season, unfortunately, that sees the flaws in only having a very small squad when it comes to quality. And when you're having constantly to see or field 2 and 3 keepers, as we've seen after a couple of injuries have entailed, it just shows you how narrow we are at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'd love to see us actually play very narrow tonight. So, guard the box, but then get forward in behind. I wouldn't mind it if today we had maybe 20, 30 minutes, not 20, 30 minutes, 20, 30% possession, and we just tried to play Man City on the counter-attack. Marmoush, Savinho and Doku, 3 players that are going to thrive on having the ball in behind. If we sit back and basically play with the low block, they haven't got the chances to do that, and I don't really see the same amount of technical skill in that Man City team as I normally do. So for me, I think it's a great chance to, just sit deep, soak up pressure, hit them on the counter-attack where we can.
Yeah, and you're absolutely spot on, and we've just got to make sure, let's talk about tactical approach then, just for a second then, Michael, because like I say, I have got an audio system from the Mighty. I'm trying to get it up. For some unknown reason, it won't let me share without. I don't know whether you've seen it on YouTube. If you can, for some unknown reason, it's not letting me do it with the sound on. It won't let me share it. So you have a go while I just talk a little bit of tactical approach there. So would you expect Newcastle, with this team, the way they've set up now, aggress press early, use the transitional pace, as we said before, to get in and behind City? Obviously, that crowd energy, the volume's going to be there. We know it always is at St James's Park. Well, so we know it always is. When the team are doing well, it seems as though if the team plays, the crowd, the energy from the crowd just goes. I mean, when I was watching it, like I say, the other day, the day after the game, I think it was Thursday, incredible noise coming from St James's Park. And that, to me, has to be the same tonight. There's got to be energy coming from the crowd to give the lads that lift. Because, like I say, it's so easy to look at it from that other foot and approach it with that mentality of respect. If we give the ball away, we're frightened to pass. They've got to have that open energy. It's a case of let's try it. Let's try and get it quickly. And if we can get in and behind, let's try and at least work the keeper. Let's not just miss, and snatch at things. Let's get a shot at goal and see what Trafford can actually do between the sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were saying in the chat there, it'll be a miracle if Newcastle keep a clean sheet. Absolutely, and I don't see it on the other end of that. I don't see us scoring more than maybe twice. So if Newcastle are going to win this particular game, we need to stop Man City from scoring, more than once. Well, that's how football works. I sound like Michael Owen. It's very easy to understand. This football malarkey is easy, but it's a doddle. We're fine. But yeah, so for me, I think we have to sort of focus on the defensive game. And I know you wear yourself out more defensively, but this is Manchester City. I know it's a weakened Manchester City. Let's say that if they could play a weakened 11, and there will be chances for Newcastle during the game to try and get Trafford into those compromising positions by getting in behind and getting shots away early. Let's see, as you say, let's see how good he is, because there's a player in there. There is a brilliant goalkeeper in there, but at the same time, he was making quite a few mistakes early into his Manchester City career because he was being put under pressure. We haven't seen that a lot from Newcastle in the last few games. He's had good performances against us, but we've never really put him under sustained pressure.
No, you're right. And like I said, let's just have a quick look then at the odds while you were talking there. I just had a quick look at the odds. Bookmakers makes Man City only slightly favourites, believe it or not. Man City win around 21-20. And Newcastle win is around 29-10. So not a massive difference. Draw roughly 23-10. Extra time scenario type of situation. In probable terms, if you're looking at it, what they're saying is City have a 48% chance to win this game. But knockout football at St James's Park obviously narrows the gap somewhat. And I think that's what they're working off when it comes to these figures. It is St James's Park, and City haven't always played excellent at St James's Park. Pep was asked a really strange question the other day on his presser, obviously before the match here, and he was asked of his relationship with Eddie Howe, and it was a strange thing, I think, to ask a manager what their relationships are with other managers. And as we heard with the presser with Eddie Howe was asked if it was okay for Pep to talk to the Newcastle players post game. Eddie Howe again did his usual media response. But what's your thoughts? I mean, I'll tell you what Pep said. He said, I'm okay. It's okay. There was nothing really. I think they were getting on more with Farker's red card when he went storming up to the referee. And he was saying, like, Eddie Howe's not like that. He's a little bit more subtle when it comes to a bit of a telling off towards the officials. Is that something that Eddie Howe does, or do you think it's like just Mad Dog? That's his narrative.
I think everyone at Newcastle United has their own role. Mad Dogs is to be the one that gets in the ear of the officials, while Eddie Howe does the work in his mind that is going to impact the game, the tactical, whether that's the tactical work or the personal work with the players. And I think that's why Mad Dog and Howe have worked so well historically. They are a really good combination of one focuses on the football side of things and one focuses, on the negatives of, I'm going to get forward, I'm going to rant at this person, I'm going to rant at that person. How very much stays. There's often a lack of emotion on Eddie Howe's face throughout a lot of the game, and that is because he's so in the zone, he's so focused. Those areas where you're putting a little bit of pressure on the linesman on the side, that's where Tyndall comes in brilliantly, and I think you're starting to see that a bit more and more in the modern day of a combination between the two. Not every manager wants to be a Jose Mourinho, getting running onto the pitch, etc. But even with VAR at the moment, when managers are angry, you're starting to see like more and more they're letting themselves go a little bit more. And for me, I like it. It shows a bit of personality. I want personality in my managers, but there is something to be said for what Eddie Howe does, and it's just keep your head down, PR trained, very, very professional.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I've got to that, to that point where everybody has got a role within the squad, if you like. Even the leadership group. It seems as if Eddie Howe doesn't really get involved in much of the leadership group. It's a case of he gets feedback from that. But a lot of the lads seem to, if there's an issue, seem to deal with it themselves behind the scene. And it's really strange to listen to that type of comments, if you like, because it's usually, if there's something that needs saying, it usually comes out of the gaffer's mouth and it just gets said, whether it's right or wrong. Eddie Howe just doesn't approach the game or his players that way. And it's not, like I say, it's not an arm round the shoulder situation. He'll talk to them at length when he needs to. He just seems as though he gives them all a bit of breathing space at times to reflect on the game previously, whether it was good or bad, and then come together to try and get that mentality back together where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, as we say, everyone has their role. That's on the pitch, that's off the pitch. Every person is responsible for their individual area. And in that coaching room, when they have their meetings, they will know exactly who is responsible for what and what they are down to on the pitch. So, set pieces, it was Jason Tyndall who was originally working on that. Now it's Martin Mark. He's got some more analysts in with him. Clearly, Jason Tyndall being on the touchline, maybe he just had a better eye for the analytical side of the game. He doesn't need people alongside him. Or the fact of when earlier in the season, when we've gone, well, these set pieces aren't really working, we've gone, right, we know this side of the game, this is on you, let's bring you some help, let's give you some more analytical guidance. And I think every one of the coaches will have that. They'll have more data than they know what to do with. It's just using it in the right way and staying professional with it.
Yeah, I agree, mate. It is weird how it seems the way he, delegates certain things off the field of play. We are 6 minutes away, so from kickoff. So like I say, let's have a look, because to be fair, it's the first time VAR will enter the FA Cup in this fifth round. Semi-automated offside technology used obviously in all Premier League stadiums. I hope we don't see much of the referee again. Not the greatest performance from the man officiating against Manchester United on Wednesday. Again, that's another thing that seems to have come Newcastle's way a lot this season, bud.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm very, very tired of talking about referees this season, but it's just so consistent that there's poor refereeing performances out there, and there's something to be said in the argument that VAR has made referees and linesmen worse, because there is that backup of, VAR will just bail me out if need be. They're almost scared to make decisions, and now we've got it again. That's fine. I don't think you can really argue with it. It needs to be there for these kind of games. It should be there for every Premier League game if it's in use. It was a football, you could argue, was a lot more fun without it. And it also feels like they got a lot less wrong. But that's just me.
Yeah, like I say, I do often look at it as if it's like it's their gimme. They've got some backup now and some support, so they don't have to make a decision anymore. If they do make a bit of a boo-boo, they've got a get-out-of-jail-free card sat literally on the desk for them. Like I say, it's not something that I particularly enjoy watching these days. And like I say, I wouldn't say I was extra time now being played at the Railway Ground Wrexham and Chelsea. Looks like Chelsea have got an opportunity to snatch a goal there, but again, it just disappears just as they're on the attack. So yeah, it's an interesting one. So Chelsea have gone into extra time, and that was another thing. When you think about the amount of games that we have got to play, that we've already played, and I know Manchester City have got the same situation. Is it a case of no extra time tonight? Let's get it done in 90.
I would say that if our Premier League form was in a decent position and we were still fighting, I think, for like 7th, I would say the essential is no extra time. But given that the league isn't a write-off just yet, but they're giving our performances in the league, I think it's 5 defeats from 7. Realistically, you've got to be looking to go through tonight. You can't push the FA Cup to one side, and I think that's why we've only seen the slight amount of rotation with Barcelona in mind. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see the most amount of rotation against Chelsea next weekend.
Yeah, you're right. We are literally on the last few minutes of countdown. I'm looking at St James's Park now in the lights. It's a fabulous stadium under lights. Absolutely love this place. The lads are coming out of the tunnel as we speak. And again, it's like I say, lots of war flags out there. So for me, let's do a simple match prediction, if you like, or even analysis. Newcastle. If Newcastle score first, keep that intensity high. Avoid defensive lapses. They absolutely can win this. It's not as if they can't do this. But if City control possession early, they usually suffocate games. And that, to me, is where we have to not give the opposition that respect. This is, for me, 90-minute shootout. One team will win, one team will lose. There's no next week if you lose. So it has to be open. It has to be high tempo. And it's a cup game. And we all know what happens in cup games. There is no real out-and-out winner when it comes to odds. It's what Newcastle wants. I mean, everybody's shouting 2-1. And you know what? Talking about predictions here, I don't even think I've put my prediction in for tonight.
That's not
I'm
good
going
enough.
to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that now if I can. And it's not allowing me to do it.
I don't have the option to do that these days as I joined late, but I will be saying my prediction for the night is along the same lines of those in the chat. 2-1 to Newcastle United. We pick up an early goal, City equalise, and then we grab one. I don't know if it's going to be at the death or if it's going to be in extra time, but I do think we nick it before penalties. And just looking at ESPN there, by the way, on the live. They've got us down as a 4-4-2. So, once again, a different formation.
Yeah, it's weird, mate. Like I say, everybody seems to have a different take on what is going on with Newcastle at the minute. For some unknown reason, my screen is totally frozen. So any of the mods, if you wouldn't be so kind and give me a 2-1 win in the prediction league, that would be fantastic. If you could do that for me, even though I'm actually nowhere near the top lot. I mean, I've gone with hearts over my head this season. So any of you beautiful lot, any of the mods out there, throw me a 2-1 in the prediction league. That'll be beautiful. Like I say, I forgot all about it. Mindset just hasn't been on it today at all. Well, this week. So
I was going to say, I think we can forgive you for that one.
Yeah. Well, here we go then. We are literally on the last minute of countdown. Thanks. I think Queenie's just done that for me, bless her. Thank you, Queenie. You're a star, sweetheart. Thank you for doing that. Like I say, for some unknown reason, my screen had froze, so I couldn't do it. But you're a star. Thank you so much. And you know, like I say, Asula, it's got to be a high performance. He must have a lot of confidence. And like I say, I'm looking at all these lads. I mean, you know, these type of atmospheres for the likes of Man City, who have travelled Europe umpteen times now, it's not a problem for them, is it, St James's Park?
No, absolutely not. Let's be honest. Even at youth level, when you go to like a Salzburg or a Belgrade or something like that, you get used to where you get a pretty horrific atmosphere. And that's just the way it's going to be, unfortunately. But that prepares you so well as a youngster for situations like Newcastle United and Manchester City face themselves with in the Champions League, and again here today. But we have kicked off, actually.
Yeah, we have. We're just up the screen, and here we go. Straight into the box there. We're a minute in, so we have been delayed somewhat. So again, apologies for that. Elanga now picks that ball up on that right-hand side, and again, out to Tonali, who's on the overlap with Trippier there. Tonali dinks it into the box, and it's headed clear by Stones. And it's a corner to Newcastle. That's a nice start, I must admit.
Yeah,
like
1 minute 20 on the clock.
Minutes. Yeah, exactly. We are a little bit behind. Again, if we can, people out there in viewerland, try and keep it respectful in the chat when it comes to the scores. Don't spoil it. It'll be nice to obviously be in time with us if and when we celebrate, obviously. I am having a drink tonight because I'm 5 days post my antibiotics. So, I've done me 5 days. Oh, Tonali just whips one back in there. And it's not gone out for a goal kick yet. It was that much spin on the ball. It's gone into the corner area. And obviously, Manchester City just trying to play out. And Willock does really well there to win that ball back.
He does, yeah.
And keeping... they're certainly putting Manchester to the test here, buddy.
Yeah, early bright start from Newcastle, fans behind them as well. It just, we've got to keep it up for a little while, and we've got to be able to hold on to the ball, which Voltemara hasn't done. City on the break, and it's through to Marmoush.
Through the middle, and it's he puts it wide of the target. Well done, Malik Chow, to be fair. A little bit of pressure. It was Reinders in the end. I thought it was Marmoush. Am I frozen on screen, it looks like? Thank you ever so much. I don't know, again. I've got Gremlins tonight on TV. There's something happening somewhere. That's nothing is being liked. Michael, I am going to jump out, mate. You just carry on for me, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uploaded again.
Yeah, absolutely. Great chance there for Manchester City. Voltemara losing the ball in midfield. City pressing just a little bit, and it was too much for the German in midfield. Again, that midfield experiment. I'm not saying it should have been... we should continue to do it, but he is a little bit more advanced when we do have the ball. So maybe it's a 4-3-3 at times. Other times it's going to be a 4-4-2. We'll see how he goes. But Newcastle getting forward now. It's cleared up pretty easily by Manchester City. Trafford launches it forward. Malik Chow wins a header up against Marmoush. Tonali's knockdown only finds Reinders in midfield, and City now back on the offensive down this right-hand side. Lewis Hall, Savinho's up against him, and Lewis Hall and Tonali have doubled up and got the ball back from Savinho very, very well. But a crossfield ball to Elanga, really no hope of getting that there. Ake got out in front, but and Newcastle have lost the ball in a poor position there. Willock won the ball, but just tried to knock it off to Voltemada, and he wasn't in that position. Slightly simple 4-5 yard pass, and it just went straight to Manchester City, who are now just recovering the ball and just going to knock it around the back a little bit, try and find the gaps. Knocked over to the right hand side. Savinho's going to try and run at Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes does brilliantly to get a foot in, and it is out for, I believe, a Manchester City corner.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Hopefully that has freed me up a little bit. I was stuck in limbo for everybody that was watching. It's not very nice sometimes when you're just seeing a static figure. Like I say, I probably sound more like a mannequin than I look, if I'm honest with you. Here we go. We've got a Manchester City corner now. And again, it's going to be a bit of a tester for Newcastle. And again, everybody's back. Something I don't like seeing, if I'm honest with you. Because everybody leaves it to somebody else to deal with. I'd like to see them a bit busy. Savinho now with an in-swing. And again, aiming towards that near post. It's an easy one to head clear by Harvey Barnes there. And it's come straight
poor
back.
Corner.
Yeah, very poor corner. It seems to be that very much of a hit and miss now, this near post. We see a lot of teams trying to do, Michael.
Yeah, try to get the flick on and get someone at the back post. If it goes wrong, it just looks terribly. But Newcastle have won it back there. Brilliant challenge from Lewis Hall, and now we can hit on the counter. Yeah,
we've got Elanga now running down this left-hand side now. He's moved over from central position to the left-hand side. He's trying to come inside, and I think that's going to be a free kick. Oh, come on, referee. That
should have been a free kick.
Should have definitely been a free kick. Here we go again. It seems to be nothing but problems for Newcastle when they get challenges, and yet when we go and challenge a player, it seems as though it doesn't matter who it is. It's a free kick to the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely.
An interesting one.
Yeah, Voltemada definitely in midfield, by the way. When we're off the ball, it's a flat 5 in midfield.
Yeah, exactly right. It's exactly what we saw before. Savinho down the outside of Hall there, and Harvey Barnes comes back to give him some support, but Savinho carries on with the ball. Ball comes all the way back. Again, Stone's just able to come a lot deeper in the Newcastle half, which he likes to do. He likes to travel. And again, there's ball's being kicked away from... Again, the referee has done nothing for that. I mean, look, watch this. Referee's blown, then just kicked away. And not even a mention to the Man City player.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it?
Very
he's got the ball to feet, and he's tried to play that ball. I don't think he's heard the whistle, I want to say, and the refs gave him the benefit of the doubt, because it seemed a weird one. Voltemada doing well in midfield there, by the way. Little tussle in midfield. 50-50 up there for the balls. Goes down onto the ground, slides, gets a foot in, and Newcastle have a free kick as well.
Yeah, on the halfway line, Voltemada working hard there between a lot of blue shirts of Man City. Again, it looks as though everybody's leaving this one for Ramsdale. Usually Tonali from this far out of goal, but no, they're happy with Ramsdale to come and have a ping towards that 18-yard box.
Yeah, that's a difference. That's a difference between Ramsdale and Pope, isn't it? You don't really want Pope in this scenario, but Ramsdale, you feel like you can trust him.
Yeah, I agree. Ball comes in towards the edge of the 18-yard box. A few players come up. It has fallen to Elanga, though, on the right side of the penalty area. Faced off by Aka. The ball's come back to Tonali. And again, Elanga picks the ball up, has the ability to turn inside and shoots. But it, unfortunately, is straight down Trafford's throat. Low to the floor there, Trafford. But he does it well. If the ball had bounced just in front of him, it would have made it a lot more difficult. But it does go straight into the basket.
Yeah, good better from Elanga though, isn't it? Getting onto the wing, cutting inside. It's what you want to see from him.
Yeah, much better from the lad. Doku trying to get the ball there, and Trippier right on his heels. Voltemada does well again, plays that ball out to Willock. Willock just taking his time, drops the ball back to Cheb. Now it's Botman on the halfway line, brings the ball away and left-hand side to Hall, who straight away goes for Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes tries to feint and get behind Nunes there, but unfortunately, he lets the ball go out of play. Right idea, wrong execution, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things I'm noticing from Man City here early on is that they're focusing on that their right-hand side or left-hand side. Whether they think Savinho will get the better of Lewis Hall, maybe they're looking for Doku. They think, if we get it into Savinho, Doku on the other side can lose Trippier in a split instance, which you would back. But a lot of that City play coming down the same areas.
Yeah, you're right. And again, you can see like Man City do set up in a 4-4-2 when they don't have the ball. A ball over the top here now. Asula's through on goal. Asula's, can he get it under control? It's come out. Oh, he's got in each other's way. Can it go? Oh. Again, Harvey Barnes and Asula. Asula just couldn't get it out of his feet. The ball then did fall to Harvey Barnes, but again, they both wanted that ball so much. It seemed as if they got in each other's way.
Yeah, it's a great run from Asula, it must be said. Gets in behind, his control isn't great, so there isn't a single touch there that gets the ball under control, but he does well to knock it into the path of Harvey Barnes, and it's a brilliant tackle in there from, I think, Kuzanov right at the end to stop Harvey Barnes from having, not a tap-in, but close enough.
Cheers, everybody out there in Viewerland. It's my first drink in a week, so I'm going to enjoy this one.
Cheers.
Trippier now with the ball in towards the edge of the back post. His chance here. It's off the line.
Off the line.
Off the line. The ball's still in the air, though. Bouncing around the penalty area of Man City. A little ball forward, and again, Trippier sees the danger there. Trippier trying to get it up. Not Trippier. Willock trying to get it up over the head of the last defender, but it falls into Trafford's hands. But again, Asula heads it back, and it's towards Harvey Barnes. Trafford comes flapping for it. Doesn't really get anything apart from knocking it up as if it's a volleyball match.
It's just thinking
back
that.
by Botman, I think it is. It's not. It's Big Voltemada. It's Big Nick that heads it back towards goal, but then it's cleared off the line very luckily by Gonzalez. Just in the right spot at the right time, I suppose.
Yeah, that's where you want your defensive midfielders. If he's going to take on the big shoes of Rodri, they'll need more of that. But great from the young Spaniard, but Newcastle with the best chance of the game so far. And back-to-back big chances.
Yeah, indeed. And again, nice control there from Botman. And fires it all the way back to Ramsdale. Rammers, who again brings the ball out. Drives the ball along the floor to Voltemada. Great touch. But that's a poor pass from Voltemada. And again, Doku draws Trippier in and then just slides it past him. But again, well done to Alanga and Tonali for closing them angles down. Didn't really allow Doku any further, and he has to go backwards. And again, Stones now picking this ball up. Again, just trying to dictate at the back there. Kusanov. Again, Gonzalez now picking that ball up. Number 14 for Manchester City. Again, just trying to, dictate that play. It's down to Savino. It's all the way back to Stones, who again hasn't now out with the Newcastle half press, and it's all the way back to Trafford. And again, Asula on the hunt for this ball, and Trafford goes wide to try and find Doku, but he's been to the school of Pope, Trafford, and it's out for a throw-in.
Yeah, we've already seen very early that if you put James Trafford under pressure, he will make mistakes. And we've seen it twice there. It's a very quick pass, and Ramsdale's done exactly the same.
Yeah, trying to be too clever, in the water. If I'm honest with you. Yeah, trying to be. They've all had a drink at the time. It's like I say, it's just a bit sludgy, like I say. And that was passing again. It's too intricate. They've just got to keep it simple. Newcastle. We aren't Manchester City, and like I say, with all these fantastic passes. Look at that little touch from Tonali, and straight away. The guy goes down. I don't know whether that was Reinders. Goes to the floor like he's been floored, and it's straight away. It's a free kick. It's amazing. Anything in a black and white shirt, you literally have to be crippled before you get anything.
Hey, to be honest though, I think those little free kicks giving those away, I think we'll be happy to do that all day long because it gives City time to get players, move players forward, keeps them on the attack, slows the game down as well. Newcastle will be happy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Reinders there just on the side of Harvey Barnes. Again, it's a free kick to Newcastle. Again, just about 20 yards inside the Newcastle half. Again, everybody's leaving it. Willock was anticipating a quick pass there, but no. Obviously, Newcastle have been working on something different with Rammers in goal. So it'll be interesting. Asula and Voltamada having a conversation about whose fault it was for the pass, the poor pass. Well, there's only one person to blame there. Rammers again had towards the edge of the 18-yard box. It's headed clear, but it's only half clear. Voltamada does get it back in, but Botman keeps it in play. There's a chance here. Just over the bar by Malik Chow. I don't know whether it was offside, to be fair. It will be close because Botman got off the floor. Yeah.
Let's see here.
It was an interesting one because Botman goes to the ground. Yeah, he's offside.
He would have been off. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
he's offside.
But it does really well to recycle the ball, cuts the ball back. Willock tries a first-time shot. In fact, Asula, sorry, it looks like.
Asula,
tries that first-time shot. It goes pretty much in a straight line the opposite way, but Malik Chow's effort just goes over the bar. Would have been disallowed anyways, but another good chance for Newcastle.
Another chance, absolutely, and that's all you can ask for, isn't it? Another chance. Again, Stones getting hassled by Harvey Barnes. Savinio now trying to get some ground. Lewis Hall and Voltamada get that ball back. Lewis Hall on a 180 pivot here, going down the line. He's got Harvey Barnes if he wants him. He gives it to Harvey Barnes now on this wing. Harvey Barnes cuts inside, goes all the way back to Botman towards the halfway line. Square now to Malik Chow. Chow gets up out of his feet and he dinks one out towards Trippier.
Wow.
And again, it's a very poor pass. And he was off, you could see he was totally off balance there. He sees Trippier in a bit of space and instead of composing himself, he tries to get it out of his feet early. He's on no balance whatsoever. And the ball goes 20 yards past Trippier and out for a throw-in to Manchester City. But again, it's tight and deep in their own half. It's been given away by Man City and Voltamada again on the turn. Picks it up. There's a lovely reverse ball up to Alanga. Alanga inside to Willock. But again, he's challenged. And Willock on Kusanov. And it looks like it's gone Man City's way in the penalty area. And both players have stayed down. And the referee goes straight over to the Manchester City player first. Oh, no, he's not. I was going to say, I bet he's gone to the Man City player, but he's off the field to play. So he can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's happened. It is a great interception from Kusanov. The pass from Alanga is a little bit too far ahead of Willock. It's what we say, the simple 5-yard pass is not really working out. Unfortunately for Newcastle, sometimes when we've got the smaller passes to play, sometimes we just struggle where other teams wouldn't. But the thing for me on that left hand side, Lewis Hull does brilliantly to win it back. He can knock it forward to Barnes and leave him with a 1-on-1, and he holds onto it and just pushes it forward. For me, I think you've got to be a little bit quicker.
Quicker, yeah, exactly. I agree with that one, 100%. Just got to be a little bit aware of the surroundings, haven't you? The ball goes back again to Nunes, and again, it's a really under the press of Hall. Nunes just can't keep it in play, and he's kicked it straight out. It's great from Newcastle, if I'm honest with you, not allowing Manchester City to settle on the ball at all. But again, Botman does well there from a bit of a half press. And there's a chance here for Harvey Barnes to get in behind. Harvey Barnes into the penalty area. Get it into the bin! Get in! Newcastle 1-0. Harvey Barnes the scorer. The arrows are out. Ladies and gentlemen, boom!
Yeah, boom indeed. What a finish by Harvey Barnes, and what a pass in behind to him as well. I do need to see the replay because it looked like the offside might be tight. But if it's given, it's a great move from Newcastle, and it's what they deserve, to be honest.
Yeah, they stayed high. They committed bodies forward, which is great, you know. And it's again Manchester City trying to play out of danger, if you like, and it's poor play from Nunes
He
at the
looks on
start.
to me.
It's very tight. Yeah, it's very tight. I must admit, this could be chalked off. If I'm honest with you, he opens his body up really well, and he fires the ball across Trafford into the far net. And it is going to be probably ruled off for offside, to be fair. I think he's.
You think? I think he's just on. I think it's the player in the centre. I don't know. I think it's Kusanov. I think he's just playing him on side.
Yeah, it's going to. I mean, like I say, it's
tight,
probably going to be looked at And like I say, it's typical, isn't it, when you think about it? It's the first time we have VAR back in the 5th round. Oh, there you go. You're right. He's onside.
He's onside.
Shoulder of Cousinov. That's because obviously, look at that. Very, very close, isn't it?
Yeah, usually it's an eyebrow playing someone offside. It's a leaning shoulder.
Yeah.
It's a leaning shoulder that keeps him onside this time. Newcastle 1-0 up. And to be honest, it's exactly what we said we needed. First 20 minutes have been phenomenal. Let's not let ourselves down in the next 15.
Yeah, we can't get into this sitting deep situation that we do. Take the foot off the pedal and give them the space, because they can hurt you if you allow them time on the ball. Lewis Hall again trying to get that ball out. He does well there. Voltemada feeds Harvey Barnes again, who's got a lot of grass to go into. Harvey Barnes in this inside left position.
Do it again.
He's still into the box, Harvey Barnes. He slows down. Gives it to Tonali on his left foot. And Tonali again just running central. Couldn't keep it down. It's over the bar, but it's a great press again from Newcastle. And the break's on down this left-hand side for Harvey Barnes. They commit so many bodies forward. And John Stones just can't get back. He hasn't got the pace to get back. And we know Harvey Barnes isn't that quick, to be fair. But he's certainly got the beating of him.
Tonali's shot in the end, though, wouldn't have gone amiss. There's a penalty in the Six Nations. And unfortunately, we know what happened in the Six Nations between Italy and England earlier, so we're not going to talk about that. But England, Newcastle on this occasion for me, doing a lot better. Great move to get Tonali into space to have the shot. Just those kind of moments where he's got to be a little bit better for Newcastle. Yeah,
again, Newcastle over the top with Harvey Barnes.
Offside.
Unfortunately, this time he is offside. And again, Asula doing really well to get a body in front of the defender to try and tee up Harvey Barnes again. But the flag had gone up this time. And Marmouche this time for Man City. A little bit of urgency now required from the light blue shirters.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one... just seen it in the chat there as well, and just confirmed it. Wrexham are now drawing with Chelsea 3-3, but 10-man Wrexham have stayed in it. So Another cracking game there. But of course, you want to be listening to us on NUFC Talk Radio and watching the game for us, because who cares about Chelsea?
Exactly. Like I say, it would be an interesting one if they... get themselves knocked out again. They
great.
think, as I said, people go with the wrong attitude to the racecourse ground. It's not an easy ground to go to. Bit of poor play from Mel Hall for the first time in the game, really. They're letting the ball, miscontrols it, goes out for a throw-in. Stones, again, sitting well in high into the Newcastle half. Gonzalez. Again, O'Reilly, who's been quiet in this first 22 minutes. Okay, goes outside to Doku again, another player that we haven't mentioned much of, which is great. That's the work that Newcastle are doing really well. Again, he skips past Trippier this time, and again tries to feed the ball and force the ball between Tonali and Willock. But the ball has gone across to Savinho now. Savinho and Nunes had found himself on the 6-yard box, and Tonali again just gets his body in line and puts the ball out for the corner to Man City.
Yeah, I'm going to stop.
When they go up the gears, mate, there's a difference, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I'm going to stop talking about other games, because every time I do, a goal gets disallowed. The Wrexham goal disallowed, 3-2 Chelsea, but Man City in our game starting to go up the gears, starting to look a little bit better, but the corners are still terrible as this one hits the first man and goes out onto the ring. Yeah. Savinho getting a cross in, and
there's a chance here. Reinders gets a shot in. Poor header, to be fair. From Botman, heads it literally back to the edge of the box, and again he just snatches at it a little bit, and it's deflected off his own player at this time, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great pass from Tonali, though, wasn't it, for the Harvey Barnes? Really well. He opens his body up really well, and he just slides a slide rule pass between the two players in midfield, the two defensive midfielders, and the back line of Manchester City for Harvey Barnes to time his run to absolute perfection. If you want to watch something like that, when it works beautifully.
Much like Newcastle playing out from the back.
yeah, exactly.
Playing out from the back there, Lewis Hall.
Very good.
Yeah, trying to play out from the back there. Lewis Hall has to kick it against a Manchester City defender and hope it goes out of play, and that's in a situation. City pressing, Newcastle in the corners. There's just a bit more quality from them in those situations. But Newcastle, the storm is coming, but we're weathering it so far. Clear push on Alanga there, by the way, in front of the referee.
Right in front of the referee. I was going to ask you, did you see that then? Trouble is, Ilanga didn't actually complain.
Appeal for it.
I suppose
now.
He gets one back there, doesn't he? Yeah, he gets that one. O'Reilly, again, he goes past him, just dangling a little leg there on Ilanga. Ilanga looks up for it, mate. Still need to see a little bit more of an end product, but he's certainly running with his head up and he's pushing himself into the faces of the Manchester City defenders, which is all you can ask for.
Yes, look, the worst thing you can do against Manchester City is play with fear. I think Nottingham Forest showed that at the weekend, and there's countless times teams have showed us that over the seasons, more and more coming towards the end of Guardiola's reign rather than at the start. But Newcastle here, we're in Man City's faces and we look the better team.
Oh, absolutely. Ball comes in from Trippier. Again, it's not headed far, and Harvey Barnes on the half volley can't keep his hip over the ball, and it's well over the goal of Trafford. Not a great effort, to be fair, but again, confident to have a go, and I think that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's another one that wouldn't have gone to miss in the old Six Nations. He applied for Scotland at football level. Well, they wanted him at football level, should I say. He's not going. It seems he's in the rugby team instead.
Yeah, exactly. Aye, up and under. For those of a certain age, Eddie Waring. Ball, Savinho now on the halfway line of Man City. Got a bit of grass here to run into Savinho. Nunez on the outside of him. Again, played the ball into Lewis Hall, and the rebound falls kindly for Newcastle. And Lewis Hall, again, got some grass to run into if he goes quick. Ball over the top for Alanga to try and run into. But again, Kosanov able to cut that one off. Just watching the angle. Botman does well to watch that ball, though, and heads it forward. Again, it's Ake just running onto the ball. Again, Newcastle just happy to get back in shape rather than chase the ball. Gonzalez now. Stones. Comes out to Savinho. Again, we know possession's always going to be Manchester City's. It's not ever going to be a Newcastle favour.
No.
But again, Kusanev plays the ball out to Ake, and again, looks like a lot of light blue shirts camped in the Newcastle half. Again, Doku faced up by both Trippier and Alanga, has to come inside too. Ake goes back outside of Doku, got a bit more room to run at Trippier this time, into the penalty area on that left-hand side. Out to Ake, dinks it in towards the 6-yard box. Headed clear by Voltemada, headed back by Gonzalez, headed clear this time by Chow. There's bodies, arms flailing everywhere, to be fair. Ball over the top, and that's going to be too much for Reinders, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Newcastle still 1-0 up to the good at the 27th minute. Goal scored by Harvey Barnes at St James's Park.
Yeah, it's been, 14 games since he scored. He seems to enjoy playing against Manchester City, but maybe that's because they give him space that a lot of the teams don't afford him in the Premier League. But for me, we're starting to see the best of City, but we're also starting to see a bit more pinball in that box when it comes in. You know, it goes Newcastle trying to get it out as best we can, but it just keeps coming back at times. But 40% possession is still probably more than what I expected at this stage.
Yeah, but I didn't expect eight attempts at goal either. I mean, yes, we only had 3 on target, but I mean, they've only had 2 attempts. That's a poor pass.
It's about to be 3, isn't it?
Yeah, Doku now picks the ball up again. He's gone over too easy for me.
Well done.
Willock did really well. He plays the ball out to Alanga, comes inside Alanga on the diagonal now, running towards the... Oh, that's a poor pass now. Yeah, he sees Voltemada. Voltemada's run past him, and he stops. And again, there's a chance here now, right in at goal. But again, near post is covered by Ramsdale. It's out for a corner.
Yeah, covers his posts well, but Newcastle got to do better on the counter attack. Alanga should have played in Willock down the right hand side, in my opinion. Tried the same ball that Tonali did down that side earlier. Tries one in field, and whenever you pass along the halfway line, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I say, it was poor. Yeah, it was a toe poke to the centre circle that went behind Voltamada. Ball comes in this time. Ake goes up again. Looks like he's got through the back of Hall. I don't know what's happened here, but Lewis Hall has stayed down. Gets a right clatter in the side of the head there, Lewis Hall. And I think the ball has gone out for a goal kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, look, City players retreating back into their own half. We're not going to see that very much in the next probably 60, 70 minutes. So we'll take it when we can get it. A little bit of a reprieve there. Head injury, Lewis Hall. Just hope it's not too bad.
Yeah, indeed. Knock a little bit of sense into him. But like I say, it's difficult on the side of the head there because you can be a little bit concussed, a bit heady for a while. So wouldn't be a bad thing for him to go and have a 30 seconds off the field of play. But they don't do things like that. They just get on with it, don't they? And then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 minutes later, they make a mistake and then they go down. We've seen it before, haven't we? With Fabian Shaw, who had that head injury and then made the
Barcelona
mistake and then went down. Well done again, Lewis Hall, though. To be fair, he won that ball back. Tonali going through the middle, gets hacked down there. I think that was by Nunes. And again, the referee coming inside and not really saying too much to the player. I know it's Savinho, actually, that caught his outside of his ankle.
Surprised there hasn't been any cards yet, to be honest, because we've seen quite a few fouls.
Yeah, I mean, there have been bitty fouls, though. There's been nothing malicious. But you're right, there's been a few players that have probably
multiple
had
fouls.
2 or 3 themselves. So I suppose you could say an accumulation of fouls should be a yellow card. But again, something from the training ground, this. Yeah, with Ramsey coming right up to about 6 yards from the halfway line. Again, throwing the ball in towards the edge of the 18-yard box. Malik Chow goes up and Kusanov clears his lines to come to Savinho. Again, Lewis Hall sees the opportunity to get his body in line. He does well on the turn again. Lewis Hall again looking to see Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes on the outside again, coming inside. Willock, Voltamada now plays the ball square to Trippier. Trippier sees Alanga in front of him. He gives it to Alanga's feet. Alanga now with Ake. Gets the ball out of his feet, plays into the box. But again, it's a poor cross in and it's cleared, but it's only come to Trippier, who again plays safe and goes back to Chow. Chow square on the halfway line now to Botman. Botman picks the ball up and gives it again square to Lewis Hall. Just inside the Man City half, but goes back to Botman. Botman slips as a pass, but again, it's a good one. Directed out to Trippier. First time touch into Alanga. Alanga gets it out of his feet back to Trippier. But again, Doku's with him. Not really going to go for Trippier. He does go over and gets the free kick, though, to be fair, with a lunge from Doku. Oh, Dan Burns out warming up. I wonder whether there's been a little bit of stiffness again from Botman. Who knows? Is the Rolls Royce going back to the garage?
Either that or Lewis Hall's feeling that head injury and it means Dan Burn moving in at left back, which I don't think any of us want to see. But I will say Alanga got down the byline just before, whipped across in just behind. It's low and it's hard. I don't mind that in at the near post. You need a striker who's willing to run onto it though, and I think Asula and Voltamada were just a bit slow in that position.
Yeah, you're right. Again, cleared from that free kick. It's a poor one again from Alanga, to be fair. Hall picks the ball up again on the diagonal, trying to feed in. Just 5 yards in front of Malik Chow. A little lofted ball. It's like he's got a little sandwich out. Just digs the ball in behind the Man City line. But I think if we can look, there's probably six Newcastle players offside there. Yeah, it's like a game of chess.
Yeah, that wasn't a great example of how to get players into the box, was it? 6 standing in a line offside. You could argue though, good defensive line by Man City.
Yeah, it was all guarding the pawn and the queen, wasn't it? He didn't want to get the queen took off there, so Man City, great defensive line, if I'm honest with you. Again, Kusanov down the line to Ake, who seems their weakest link, if I'm honest with you, but he's played a nice little ball down the line to Doku. Doku now faced up by Trippier. Trippier again backing off into the box. Ball's played in towards Reinders, I think it is. Yeah, he gets a toe on it, but again, it's not enough to beat to beat Ramsdale. And it's just into his hands. And again, just keeps it under control. Hammered forward again, looking for Asula, who's virtually a lonesome figure up there at the moment.
Yeah, very lonely, isn't he? And I'm surprised City haven't done that more, to be honest, trying to knock it in behind Trippier. It's obvious it's going to be on. Jeremy Doku does that to most wingers, never mind 35-year-old right backs. But again, they're still going down the left-hand side here.
Yeah, they certainly favour him this left-hand side with Lewis Hall. Oh, that's again a poor touch out of his feet there from Alanga with that ball clearance from Newcastle, attempted clearance. Reinders now down with Ake on that left-hand side, just on the corner of Newcastle's penalty area. Fired into Gonzalez. Now he goes square to Stones, who again, not really opposed by anybody. Out to Savinho on this right-hand side. Harvey Barnes faces up. Savinho gets it on his left foot, comes back on his right foot, across the 6-yard box again. Who's it going to come to? Gonzalez. It's bouncing in and around the box. Doku now, again, faced up with black and white shirts. Again, they're lining up here, the blue shirts of Man City. But Tonali gets a toe on this. Yeah, and Kuzanov gets it all the way back to Trafford. And look, I see Asula. He's off the leash. He's after that ball.
Yeah, that's more the headless chicken we were talking about the other day.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You love to see that press there, and to be honest, he's getting the toe in there so Tonali can make the interception. I'm more than happy to see that from his striker when you're 1-0 up.
Absolutely, and again, it literally is, like you say, you talk about the want, and that's all you're asking for, isn't it? Go out there and show that you want the ball and you're hungry, and that's commitment for me. Rama's there under a bit of pressure, but he does clear his lines over the halfway line. But again, Newcastle fell into this, this let's lie deep in the 36th minute. Again, not a single player anywhere near the halfway line, never mind in the Manchester City half. So I don't know what we're going to get from that, if I'm honest with you, apart from another wave attack from Man City.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does feel like it's going to be wave after wave of Manchester City attacks at the minute, which, to be honest, is probably what you expect when Newcastle are 1-0 up.
Well done. Great.
Brilliant from Lewis Hall there.
Lewis Hall, yeah, again, Savinho on his heels, but he turns in, but it's a bad clearance, and it's in. Gonzalez firing it in towards Mamouche, and again, Hall does really well to get his body in the way, and Hall clears it this time over the top of the halfway line. And again, he's looking at Asula to say, come on, man, let's get on the press there. That's where I'd want him to see him press, though. When you got Kusanov one-on-one there and just a keeper. If he goes and presses and Kusanov makes the mistake, you've got a chance. If you allow Kusanov just to, no pressure, just bring the ball back, you're just going to get another wave of attack from City, aren't you?
Yeah, that's what I mean, though, when we talk about the headless chicken. It's choosing when to press. And we were saying he was pressing 2 minutes ago. We literally said, like the headless chicken, because there was no real need for him to press in that scenario. And then it comes to this scenario where, Kuzanov, literally the last player back, if he plays a bad pass, it's Asula in against James Trafford. And what do we see? No pressing whatsoever, because he's probably knackered.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just bad decision making.
That's exactly what it is. It's about doing it when you need to do it, rather than just doing it because it looks great for the crowd.
Yeah.
Again, Willock, stop doing that, lad. It annoys me when they get beaten by a player and then want to pull him back because it's made him look a fool. And they get in the book. We saw it with Ramsey, didn't we? Gets yellow carded for the pullback and then sent off for the simulation, which was never simulation. But I mean, why do that when it's not really hurting the team? There's loads of players back that'll support you. Why try and drag them back in their own half?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just wave after wave of City attack here, by the way. I really don't like how we're not getting any further forward. I don't think we've had a touch outside of our third for at least 5 minutes here. Doku on the wing here.
Doku again, snake hips, plays it across. Oh, my days. It's just literally hit Savinho and gone in. It's 1-1. I mean, it literally has just gone straight across. Doku's got to the byline, fired a ball right across the 6-yard box. Savinho's just stood there, and it's just literally hit him and gone into the back of the net. 1-1.
Yeah, old Jeremy Doku, that, I'm afraid, getting to the byline, beating his player, hitting it across goal. We'll have to see what happens between Ramsdale and Lewis Hall, because they both seem to go for the ball, both miss it, and as you say, it just hits Savinho. Oh, Hall clears it. It hits against Marmouche, and then ends up at the feet of Savinho by the looks of it there. Oh, he's missed it. He's just missed it.
It's an air shot. Yeah, it's an air shot. Like I say, Doku gets to the byline. There's a little bit of an air shot. But like I say, Savinho didn't even
Is that a push on Hall?
strike it. Nah, I don't think it is, mate, to be fair. I don't think they can disallow that, if I'm honest with you. It's just
I don't think they would.
Natural coming together.
There's also the fact he probably gets pushed closer towards the goal, doesn't he? And if he's getting pushed closer towards the goal and he's still nowhere near it, it's not going to make much of a difference, is it?
No, that's 39 minutes and it's 1-1. Ball again with Harvey Barnes on the edge of the Man City area. And again, it's played out towards, oh dear, and he's gone down very theatrically there, Savinho.
Yeah, it's what we expect, isn't it? But Savinho just running past Hall now like he's not there. That's it's in the centre.
Oh, Reinders there with an open opportunity there to get the ball past Ramsdale into that right-hand post, but he goes wide of the target. That was a really good let-off for Newcastle.
Yeah, that was a massive chance for Manchester City. Probably the best, I say the best chance of the game. The ball was for their goal. It literally just hit someone and went in. So, yeah, Newcastle needs half-time as soon as possible. And if it doesn't come, if there's 3 or 4 minutes of injury time, you could really see City getting a second here, because it's all Manchester City and they're just going past Newcastle like they're not even there at times.
Yeah, I mean, there was a slight deflection there. I know it's off Voltemada. That just takes it into the path of Reinders. But again, it's a poor finish, if I'm honest with you, from a lad of his ability. Ramsdale's in a trouble.
What are
here.
you doing?
Could be down. O'Reilly, well done, Willett, gets a toe on it. Ramsdale there, he's just trying to play football in the wrong areas, fires the ball back. He gets it back from Botman, he takes a touch, then he delays it, then he fires it straight in at Reinders, gives it to O'Reilly, who tries to take it on his left foot. And it's Willock who gets a toe to it. It's only a corner. But again, Newcastle seem to just completely switch from a team that looked like they can play to a team that looked like they've literally been put together because of this defensive mindset. Why go on the defensive when you look so good offensively and you look like you could beat any team? When you're defending, we don't look as though we could be with a Sunday side, never mind beat Man City.
Oh, what is this? It's a great chance. Oh.
Again, another great chance for Man City. They are literally, we are hanging on by our literally shirt tails. It's wide open. Everybody is literally blaming everybody. Everybody's pointing a finger saying, that's your man, that's your man. We need half-time and we need it quick.
Ramsdale claims the ball there to stop City, and we're breaking quickly and just giving it back.
Yeah, straight back to a blue shirt there. We needed to go over the top for Elanga. And again, it's O'Reilly now. Gives it outside to Ake, inside to Doku. On the edge of the box now, Doku again trying to dance past 2 or 3 Newcastle players. Willett comes out to try and get that one. Savinho now faced up by Hall again, trying to get past Hall. Hall does okay, tackle. But again slides. And again, he can't find his feet. It's back with Savinho. Now it's Nunes. Nunes does a 180. Reverse pass. Willett puts a toe on it. And again, Botman trying to clear the lines. It's not gone far. It's out the box, though, but it's only back with Stones. Nunes shows too much to Willock. Willock now on the run, halfway line. He's going past a couple of players, but again, just hasn't got that pace to really get in and behind. Just needed to knock the ball in front of the player to put body and ball in front of Marmouche, who does really well, to be fair, to get back and get involved in that attack of Newcastle's. O'Reilly now picks the ball up. Reinders, again, Man City have starting to edge through the gears now. Ball just over the top for Reinders from Savinho. And again, he just comes off his toes and it's a goal kick to Newcastle. Bit of a breather, Michael.
How easy was that for Reinders, though? Absolutely horrendous. And
Yeah,
Tonali
far too
sees
easy.
them all the way. He sees them all the way, and it's only at the end he goes, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna just jog back and try and get there." And I don't blame Tonali a lot of the time. I think his work rate is fantastic most of the time. But he saw Reinders get in behind there, and he knew he'd lost his man. He wasn't breaking a sweat to get back, which you need to do, particularly at this stage when it's backs against the wall.
Yeah, but that's the problem, isn't it? It's like the mindset changes when they go defensive. It's as if it's like you pass it to somebody else. It's your job to go and do this play, rather than just getting at them. They all know the job going forward. They don't seem to know the job going in that defensive mode.
Yeah, yellow card there for Kolo Toure on the touch lines as well. Could probably do with him as a 12th man in that centre back position, because we're missing a bit of stability in the back. I'm not sure he would have gave us that. To be fair, more of a sort of mobile defender, should we say? But Newcastle have had a bit of a reprieve. Let's see if we can do anything with it.
Yeah, we're back into the Man City half, which it hasn't been for a while. But again, it falls into the feet of Tonali, who hammers it forward towards Elanga. Doku now again. There's a
great
half-side decision there for Man City. And again, I don't know why the referee has pulled and stopped play here, because Man City wanted to get on with it. Oh, it was taken from the wrong spot, luckily for Newcastle, because Man City had overloaded that inside left position. Really well.
Luckily as well, just 1 minute to be added on a stoppage time. And to be honest, I'm thankful, because if there was 4 or 5, you could really see City getting a second. And they might still do here. They've launched it forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, well done, Willock again that time. And again, Voltamada trying to get the ball out to Trippier. It does fall to Elanga, who gives it back to Trippier. Elanga back to Trippier again, who's getting pushed back further into that corner. Ball up towards Tonali, but it's headed clear quite comfortably. And again, Tonali, ball over the top for Elanga now to try and get in. Kusanov's out there to try and get the pace of the ball. He's half-heartedly passed back to Trafford, to be fair. Didn't have a lot of pace on it, but nobody gambled.
No, not at all. And to be fair, half-time's just come now, and you could see Newcastle players starting to knacker towards the end. I don't know if that's Manchester City wearing us down, maybe too many games, who knows, but we knew we couldn't keep up the press that we had in the first 20 minutes, but I don't think we expected to see the capitulation that sort of came 5-10 minutes before the Manchester City goal, where Manchester City just dominated the ball the entire time. But some bright sparks for Newcastle. We weren't expecting to keep a clean sheet, and 1-1 at half-time is probably about as good as we could have expected, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's been some great play in the first 20 minutes. I thought Newcastle looked really up for this. It was as though they were stepping on board where they left off on Wednesday. But as soon as we get this mentality of, let's have a breather now. Let's just see what Manchester City can offer. Stay tight. Then all of a sudden there's a lot of finger pointing. And when I start seeing that, you know they're uncomfortable. When they start blaming somebody else for Manchester City getting in behind them, you know straight away they're uncomfortable with the current situation.
Yeah, something's starting to go wrong.
That's where you need that player on the park who can just put his foot on the ball and slow it down. You know what I mean? I think at the minute what Newcastle have is very much one-way runners. They don't always seem to know what to do when they've got ball to feet under pressure. They look a little bit lost at times. There's been so many opportunities though, buddy, if I'm honest with you, where the correct ball, because of Man City's high line, it's going to be an opening for Newcastle in the second half if they continue playing this high line. Because we've seen, Kusanov in that back line seems to be the only one with the pace. But they've got to know when to deliver it. And I think sometimes what you've seen from Newcastle at the minute, which has really allowed Man City to get a little bit off the hook, if you like, is they're playing the ball too early. And instead of allowing Elanga to get closer to the defenders before they deliver the ball, and again, It's about tempo of the game. It's about that false domination, if you like, and that's to keep the ball a few times in the defensive third before you release it into the offensive third. I just don't think Newcastle are equipped to do that too often under pressure. We don't have that confidence with the ball at feet, do we?
No, absolutely not. And I think it tells you everything when that confidence starts to go, and when we do, it comes with what you were saying, sort of beginning to sit back, not having the belief that you can beat Man City, going man to man, which I know is a bit stupid a lot of the times, but, having the mentality of we've got to sit back now and we've got to hold on to this lead, it's a bit demoralising. And some of that I'll tell you here, XG for Manchester City before the 30th minute was 0.1. Between the 34th and the 40th minute, they created nearly 2 in XG. And that just tells you in that 5-minute period, Newcastle just could not defend to save our lives. And every single time, we were seeing it during the live between 30 and 40 minutes. Every single time Manchester City were getting the ball, or we were winning it back, it was just going straight back to them. It was just wave after wave after wave, and you can't afford to do that against Manchester City when you defend like Newcastle United. But I think another stat there that tells you exactly how the game's gone. Only 85 successful passes for Newcastle, 206 for Manchester City, and the pass success rate is only 68%. Which tells you just how poor it's been for Newcastle. But we are creating chances with that. So for me, I don't mind a lower success rate if we're creating chances. But after that 20 minutes, it was just everything that could have went wrong did.
Yeah, it's an interesting look because there seems to be a little bit of uproar on social media. I mean, also in our chat about Voltemada playing midfield when you've got J7 there. It's something for me, it was a gamble anyway to see Voltemada straight back into the side after his illness, if it was an illness or whether it was just Eddie Howe asking him to get away, reset the brain, come back and start again type of situation, because we know he also does that type of work with the players as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Apparently, he's lost a little bit of weight. But if that's the case, he's also going to lose a little bit of that strength, because I've been unwell and I am knackered. I really am, and I've done very little for the week. But it's like I said, it takes it out of you. Are you surprised to start Voltemada instead of J7?
No, I think even with hindsight now of how the first half's gone, Barcelona is more important. Barcelona is going to be backs against the wall, just like this is. I think you've got to keep J7 fit for that game, because we need someone who can dominate the midfield in that game. And playing Willock, I know we're going to have Ramsey back, but Willock will be replaced by Ramsey. Voltemada, I would say, very likely replaced by J7. Tonali's going to be in there as well. But I think you need someone who hasn't played 90 minutes against a Manchester City. And you've got to remember as well, J7's just coming back. You don't want to give him too many minutes straight away and damage him. He was fuming that first game he played against Karabag to come off at the time he did. But we needed him for the weekend, and he started at the weekend. So it's just about managing minutes. But maybe, just maybe, 45 against Man City, you can say, you know what, let's just throw you on.
Yeah, I just think sometimes, for me, we know he's not a midfielder. He's not really going to do a lot. And again, at times he looks like rabbit in headlights. He's a bit lost in that midfield. Not really doing a lot regarding when they've got the ball. He's certainly not doing a lot when he got the ball because of the position. And again, we talked about previously about the position playing the player rather than the player playing the position. And there's a couple of people that struggle in certain positions, even though it's a slight adjustment, And we know people say he's not a 10. Would he be more comfortable in a 10? Who knows? The problem is Newcastle just don't play with sixes, and I think that is the problem. You're taking too many players out of the game. And again, the first 10 minutes, what you got was Tonali, Willock in and around 25-yard mark of the goal, of Trafford's goal. Again, after 25 minutes, that was gone. There was no more running those yards to get on the edge of the box. So the overload was never going to be there. And again, when you've got 1-2 players in the Manchester City half, the chances of you winning that ball is very slim, unless you get a bit of luck, And you quite rightly said, what Osula's got to do, he's got to actually get on that bounce. He's got to start the press when there's an opportunity to win the ball. It's no good starting the press when you're 50, 60 yards behind the player or behind the ball. You've got to make up a hell of a lot of yardage. And like I said, after that, he looked lost for 10 minutes until he got his win back. So, there's something that Eddie Howe has to sort out when it comes to Voltemada and Osula. Do you like somebody? I think it's Vendetta there saying, put Big Volt alongside Osula. See if we can really pull them back a little bit. But does that leave us a bit too light against a Man City midfield in that middle of the park?
I think the way we've played for the last 20 minutes, you need someone there up there alongside Osula. We've seen the ball launched forward so many times, and even if 1 in 10 sticks to Osula or Voltemada because the two are together in that midfield attacking battle. Also remember, they've just got Kuzanov back there. So if we leave 2v1, they're forced to leave another player back. They're not going to leave Kuzanov 2v1. So it already disrupts Manchester City a little bit if you do that.
Yeah.
But for me, I do think Voltemada's not the player to do it with. I think I would potentially bring him off if we were going to do that. Give him a bit more time for Barcelona as well, because I think the Barcelona game will probably suit Voltemada better than this one. Which is strange to say because Barcelona are just as good as a team. But I think now Newcastle are going to need the pacier players on the pitch. And I think Anthony Gordon in there with Osula, keep those two just up front and working off each other. I think you could cause them some damage, but I don't think Nick Voltemada is mobile enough for this kind of game at the moment. I don't think he's played particularly bad. I don't think he's a midfielder. And I actually think the defensive work that he's done has been all right. He's made a few tackles, a couple of interceptions in there. He has struggled still, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And they've not really... for me, again, first 20 minutes looked good, but after that we looked a little bit disjointed. And again, it's that wrung out ball. And it's difficult when you're at ground level. It's great for us when you're looking from the camera angle. You can see the field of play. When you're at pitch level and you're a player, where we talk about players have got to start giving strikers or attackers a little bit of time to get closer to the back line. Trouble is, you can't see that in the field of play, and the field of play it's so quick. So what you see is a run from your player, but you can never really judge the distance that he's got to make up with the defender. So it is literally, I call it percentage football, because you're gambling then on whether you are doing it. Is it a 50-50 or 70-30 towards them? And a lot of the time, as we saw in the first half, it's been very much every ball over the top has been a 70-30 towards Man City, because they're not getting man-to-man with any of the Newcastle. So why don't we play to feet? What they have to do then is get man-to-man. They have to get tight. Like you said, you're moving then and manipulating other players to close that space down, because they know when it comes to pace, they're not the quickest in the league. There is an opportunity for Newcastle then to start playing the ball, a little give and go around the corner type of situation, where you've got more chance of getting onto the ball in the back line of Man City. So I think Eddie Howe must start asking the lads to be a little bit more confident with the ball to feet. But I must admit, I'm still not 100% that we've got fully fit players on the park. Botman still looks to me a little bit offy. Again, I don't really understand. Voltemada doesn't look great for me, but again, is that the position? And that's what I'm saying. When you're playing against a team like Man City, even though they've made lots of changes, they're still a blooming good side. And you have to be on your mettle against these type of players. And like I say, I thought the first 20 minutes, we really took the game to Manchester City. But we can't afford to give the ball away cheaply like we have done in the last 30-plus minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I think that is why Botman's played. You've seen Botman try and switch the play a little bit more. Dan Burn's done it a lot more in the last few games and actually done pretty well. But I think the idea from the off was we're going to hit City early. And we're going to try and hit them hard. And I think that's the reason that Botman has played over Dan Burn. Because you knew City were going to try and get him behind. They've probably trained to get down on that left-hand side where it has been Hall and Burn for the last couple of days, focused in on that. And that's why they keep doing it. And we're surprised they're going at at Hall, with Botman out there as well. But in a game now where you're probably looking at Newcastle and going, they're going to sit a little bit deeper, try and focus on keeping it tight and hit City on the break potentially in that second half. Maybe a Dan Burn change would work better for Newcastle. Random Access has gifted a sub there, and it has gone to Matt LFC Bullman. Welcome to the channel, Matt, Liverpool fan, I'm sure. Don't be wrong, you'll be much more welcome now than what I think you would have been at the end of the first transfer window, because I don't think it would have gone too well there. But thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the content that you see. We do have a Premier League show hosted by myself, bit of Geordie bias on there as well, but we'll be talking Liverpool at stages as well. So be sure to check in for that, and I'll let you know at the start of the episode if we're going to be talking more Liverpool than not, shall I say.
Yeah, exactly. Decent win for Liverpool last night. Like I say, different team played against the Molineux. I suppose to the lot of disgruntlement of the Wolves fans, because like I say, they were expecting back-to-back wins against Liverpool. Never going to happen.
Praying.
If I'm honest. Praying. What was the final score with the Wrexham and Chelsea?
It finished 4-2 to Chelsea. João Pedro getting a goal in the 125th minute just to seal off the great game. But a great effort by Wrexham. Obviously down to 10 men for the entirety of extra time, and Chelsea just edged it in the latter stages. Dario Asugo getting both assists for both goals, and from it looks of things had a very good game when he came on for Lavia. So yeah, tough one for Wrexham, but they can hold their heads high.
Yeah, well, that's all you can ask for, isn't it? You know, go out there and make a game of it. And it seems as though taking, a Premier League side into extra time is going to do them no harm whatsoever. It's all about experience. And like I say, that's the beauty of the FA Cup. You just never know. There's a few banana skins, I'm sure, but nothing really has come off when it comes to teams getting knocked out. But like I say, we're close now. It's one of those, when you get to the fifth round, I always think Wembley White is round the corner, I'm sure that's what every other fan and manager and coach also thinks. If they can get through the fifth round, it ain't far away now.
Yeah, exactly. And I was speaking to a few friends who are Sunderland fans, and they were saying, realistically, because of the run they have had, they think they can go all the way. They're looking at the clubs in there and going, we're safe. Let's just focus on it. And that's the brilliance that the Cups bring. Unfortunately for Newcastle, we just seem to play big team after big team in these competitions. But if you get past Manchester City and all you see left are Arsenal, who will be focusing on the title challenge, and the Champions League, and then Liverpool, who, might not even qualify for the Champions League, it's a great chance for Newcastle.
Yeah, indeed. Lads are back in the second half. We're again just waiting for Manchester City to kick off. The referee, he's just looking across to his linesman. He's getting the thumbs up. And away we go, I think. Anyway.
Yes.
And there you go, Manchester City. We're off. And again, Gonzalez now picks the ball up. Again, trying to set off. Stones, again, is the one allowing Nunes to get forward. The ball straight past Botman there in towards Marmoush, and again into the Newcastle penalty box. It's just one ball forward and they're straight in there. Again, Gonzalez goes square out to Ake. Again, it's down to Doku. Doku comes inside, gives it back to Gonzalez. Again, just trying to work the magic. Kusanov passes it into Stones. I mean, even their centre halves just seem so comfortable on the ball, don't they? It's like it's so weird when they pick the ball up. Every ball is under control. Oh, there's a chance there for Trippier to get that one. It's zipped in with Marmouche, but again, Botman clears it. But again, it's only cleared to the corner of the penalty area with Doku. Doku goes into the box now with Reinders. O'Reilly back to Ake. Back outside now to O'Reilly. And again, it's Man City just keeping hold of the ball, and Newcastle very much like shadows at the moment, buddy.
Yeah, second half has started very much like the first ended, and if you're Newcastle, I hate the fact that we've just come out and sat back straight away. Get in their faces, start trying to do something, because City are just going to put you at the sword if you play like this.
Yeah, there's no real press on the game, and Doku again comes inside, and again he's looking all the time to get in behind. Newcastle set up in this 4-5-1, but there's so many gaps to play between Barnes and Baltimore there. Here we go again. Nunes.
Same thing again.
Chance across, and here we go. Mamouche 2-1. Jesus. It was exactly the same as their first goal, really. Zipped across the 6-yard box. The guy at the back stick who literally has the world and his brother to aim at. And it's 2-1 Man City. You've been warned, and it's certainly been that way, and it was coming. Oh,
yeah. It's been coming. It's been coming for a little while, to be honest. And I think there's a few in there saying there's a push. I definitely don't. Well, from what I saw, there wasn't much. But Marmouche gets 6 of his 13 goals have now come against Newcastle, but it's so easy. Again, on the left hand side, the overlap, and again this time it's Trippier who can't get a touch on the ball. And it's just a tap in at the back post again. Yeah, but it's the runners,
mate, isn't it? You look at the runner. Yeah, you got O'Reilly runs. It takes the eye of Trippier away from Marmouche, who's the goal scorer, which is Trippier's man. Look there, look. It's the run from O'Reilly forward into that half space. I don't know where any of the other boys are, if I'm honest with you. Trippier's on Marmouche. The run of O'Reilly, Trippier sees. He then moves away from his marker to try and get the block on. And again, he just leaves him wide open at the back. And it's just, again, great running from Man City, but really poor play from Newcastle because, again, it's exactly what we predicted. You carry on like this, you give them too much respect, they will take you off the park.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too easy for them as well. And even now, they've got the ball back again, and Newcastle are just sat back. Voldemort is actually saying to Osula, press. Voldemort is the furthest man forward now. I don't know if that's going to be something we see throughout the half or if it's just now. But he looks like he's trying to get back. So, again, Voldemort are trying to lead the press. No one joining him.
No, it just looks like, I say, as though, obviously, where you get this system where he's going to get closer to Osula's just not switched on to it, mate. That's what I said. That's the problem. Osula just doesn't get switched on until he's got space to run into with the ball out. And even then, I think it's like a case of, let's see what I can do with the ball at my feet now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there's any plan.
No, he's not doing anything really, Osula, is he, unfortunately? I know he's tried to close a few things down, but his actual pressing when other players are pressing is terrible. It's only when he's on his own and he's just running towards it that we seem to see it, and it's really concerning.
Yeah,
because right. Newcastle aren't doing anything at the minute.
No, it seems a little bit. It looks a bit leggy, if I'm honest with you, at this present moment in time. In the first 5 minutes of the second half, it's as if lads have left themselves in the dressing room mentally a little bit. And like I say, it's got a little bit quiet, as you expect at St James's Park. And again, it's Savinho down this right-hand side, running directly towards the penalty area on his right foot. But it's a poor effort from Savinho. I'm not even sure whether that went into the kebab shop. That was that bad.
Yeah, it got onto the street but couldn't quite get in the door. But again, it's Newcastle just backing off. And Pep's loving it. He's clapping Savinho because he's trying to take on his man, but Savinho will run all day long knowing that no one's going to put a tackle in at the minute. And that's the difference between the first and the second half. Yeah,
ball again in towards the box. And again, it's Reinders who's... it's poor from Alanga again, who just allows Eke to get into Doku, and again it's fired forward at Malik Chow, and again it cleared this time from Botman, but it's going to head straight back towards the Newcastle penalty box. Trippier now picks the ball up on the right-hand side. Again, just firing the ball up to the centre circle. Can we get hold of the ball for once in the second half? Fasula's done half decent there. I would imagine there should be a little bit of a yellow card here if there was any holding on that shirt, sir.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen it from Nico in this first half. He saw it in the first half as well. Sorry, it's not the first time we've seen it in the game. But ref seems to be keeping his cards in his pocket.
Hall now trying to feed the ball into the box, but I can't get past that first man again. And again, it's Savinho coming inside, but there's a bad chance of Valtamado at about 25 yards out, trying to put the ball into the top bin, but didn't get much shape on it at all.
No, wrong side.
No pace on the ball, no shape on it.
Yeah, hits it with the centre of his foot, and you can see the ball just rolls back a little bit when he's shaping up, and unfortunately that dictates his shot. Heads up, he isn't watching the ball, he isn't going to know that. So poor effort in the grand scheme of things, but it was a little bit better from Newcastle.
Yeah, it's been an improvement over these last couple of minutes. I must admit, it's been a
couldn't
bit
have been
more...
worse.
Well, no, it can't. Well, you could. It could have been 3-1 down. I suppose. Ball does eventually come back from Botman to Ramsdale. Newcastle goal. Again, fired up towards Alanga, but again, not really able to put it on. And then puts us under a lot of pressure. And again, if Marmoush hadn't have lost his foot in there, there was a potential one-on-one situation again. So easy to get behind Newcastle in this second half. Again, same as the first half. And again, it's just a simple ball inside, and Gonzalez picking the ball up. Stones now again facing his own goal, fires it back to Trafford, just reaches for the ball a little bit ahead of his feet, and again no press from Masula or Voltamadu. They've gone into this 4-4-2 situation. Again, it's just easy out up to Marmoush's feet and back to Kusanov, and again it's triangles for Manchester City, just taking the sting out of the game. Oh, Trafford's fallen there. But it's found its way all the way to the halfway line on Doku, and Doku has turned Trippier. And again, he had a nibble on the ankle of Doku there, Trippier. He's got away with it.
Yeah, the slowest pass from a slipping goalkeeper I've ever seen. Just goes straight through the middle, and there's not a single Newcastle player within 10 yards of where it goes somehow. I don't know how that happens. Pep's fuming.
Woo! His coat's come off. He's having some.
Doesn't want to ruin it.
Yeah, exactly. No blood on me jacket. On me puffer. O'Reilly now kicks the ball up just inside the Man City half. Dances past Willock. Again, Barnes doing well to get back. Getting a toe on it. Hall now under pressure from O'Reilly. And that's going to be... Oh, and I think Pep Guardiola is going to be getting booked now. Yeah, I don't know what. Doku did well, but Trippier does clip the back of his ankle. But I mean, didn't go down Doku, to be fair. Yeah, didn't look that bad.
There's certainly not for the reaction. Pep's reacting like he's just got a dodgy red card in a Champions League final. Calm it down, fella.
I don't understand that at all. I really don't. He's certainly...
Wow.
Yeah, the fourth official's getting a right earache.
But that's the thing. He's still going even though he's got a yellow card. Surely he should be getting a second yellow. Not that it would make a difference, but...
Sula just gets pushed away from the ball there. And Kusanov all the way back to Trafford. Trafford again goes square back to Kusanov. Again, forced forward. Kusanov under the press from Masula did well there.
Yeah, but it's straight back. As soon as Newcastle get the ball, the instinct is to pass it back. I really don't get it.
Voltamado's gone a little bit further up the field. He's on this right-hand side now. Gets challenged from behind from Doku. And again, gets and Pep's laughing now.
I was going to say, I just want to see a Pep cam in the corner for the next 20 30 minutes, because there's no way, if it continues the way it has the last 5 minutes, there's no way he doesn't end up with a red card.
No. He's screaming at the air. He's really having a go at somebody here. Toon Army to take this free kick on this right-hand side. Again, around about 35 yards. Ball comes in towards that 6-yard box. It's a great one. Willock, keep it on the island, son. Leaning back with his left foot. Straight over the bar. And in the other kebab shop.
Yeah, there's a few planes flying past that were worried about where that was going. Terrible from Joe Willock. But not a bad ball in from Toon Army. I guess I'll take the positives wherever they come.
Yeah, fantastic ball that was towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Into no man's heath. Nobody likes it there. Defenders, keepers especially. Like I say, they can't really come and claim them. And Asula half committed the ball. Doku does get a turn.
Well done, Trips.
Deflected. Yeah, from Trips. Ball down the line from Malanga to Willock. Willock gets challenged straight away though, and it's going to be only a throw into Newcastle.
The worry here with 30 odd minutes still to play is if you get an equaliser, it's very likely this goes to extra time, which isn't going to help Newcastle at all.
No, and again, it's like I say, where do you go though? You know, do you make changes to put a little bit more activity in the top, with ball over the top for Alanga? But again, it's the wrong type of ball, too straight for Alanga to get anywhere near that, and it's gone straight into Trafford's thigh. If I'm honest with you, he's got so much time, he could have had the kebab and played it out. The ball has come out to John Stones, who again he's just orchestrating with Gonzalez from that back line. Again, just able to fire the ball out to Nunes. He's gone past Hall Nunes, plays the ball inside there, and again for Savinha, but Harvey Barnes does really well there to cover Lewis Hall. Oh, but that's a really poor pass from Lewis Hall. It's given to Marmouche. O'Reilly now getting out of his feet, trying to find Reinders. Reinders to Doku. Doku gets it on his right foot, and again, not really able to get a shot off. Willock does well to close that space down. He has come back to Reinders. Willock has to pay to get back in after that one. Ball comes to Doku on the edge of the box. Back to Ake. And again, Newcastle do defend that one really well, to be fair, because at the time, they looked a little bit all over the shop.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 3 players around Jeremy Doku there, by the way, in the box. Doku took 2 steps to his left, and all of a sudden there was loads of space in behind for Reinders just to run into, and I think that just tells you everything there. We go from having a 2-player advantage in a certain position to somehow loads of space in that exact same position about 5 seconds later.
Yeah, it's just a little bit Pep helping him up there, Doku. Having a word. Keep going. Oh, J7 and Wissa. Looks like going to enter the field of play.
A little surprised to see Wissa there, actually. Given he's had a very thin amount of minutes over the last, since coming back, really. He hasn't really done anything, but 30 minutes to get something on his belt here. Looks like Dan Burns coming on as well. A triple substitution for Newcastle United. Oh, no, he's putting the bib. It looks like he's going to put the bib back on. Never mind. Like he's stripped and ready to go. But
he was ready for it, but then he said, nah. I'll give him
Can't be
5
bothered.
minutes. Yeah, I'll watch. I'll have a sandwich.
Against this lot? Again? Are you mad?
with me 9 fingers. Anyway,
hey.
Baltimore runs into a blue shirt. There's a shot on. Saved. It's come out to Reinders. Saved. Oh, he's going wide anyway from Reinders, I think. Lewis Hall throws himself at it. He didn't know where it was going. It falls back towards Reinders and then cleared for a corner. The ball gets hammered in from Marmouche, then Reinders, and then it's cleared for a corner to Man City.
Yeah, credit to Louis Hall. He's got no idea where that's going, so he does well to keep it in, and Chow just knocks it out wide for safety. But again, Newcastle just giving it away in stupid positions. And
yeah, very poor.
You can see why it's got a bit quiet in St James's Park, can't you? Free header from the corner of the back post.
Free header there. And I don't know. I think Ramsdale had to save that one. You know, he did. Yeah. Takes it round the corner. I thought it hit the outside of the post at first, but it was hanging up there. O'Reilly, he heads it back to the near post, and Ramsdale has to keep an eye on it. Everybody else was just well off that pace of the ball there. Ball again on the 6-yard box. It's got up in the air. I think that's going to be another corner.
Another corner for Manchester City, and they're just queuing up for these corners. Newcastle not getting anywhere near it, and if you're Joe Linton and Wissa, you must be getting frustrated on the sidelines because it's just attack after attack, and you can't even come on.
Yeah, not now. He's asking the fourth of it. Not now, Eddie. Yeah. Not now. Here we go again. This referee has seen something. So everybody's knitting in the 6-yard box. He's saying he wants my wrist or something. Trippier just tell the referee to politely go away.
A little battle there between Trippier and Marmoush. And I don't really like Trippier, Mark, and Marmoush, I will say that.
No, again, ball comes out. And again, it's Tonali who fires it up in the air. Not got much distance on it, but it has fallen to Willock. And again, it's just everybody running away from the ball and not watching what's going on. It's just so poor from Newcastle perspective. Again, it's just easy past Hall there. And Voltemada goes down to get a toe on that one. Well done, covering Lewis Hall.
His defensive work's been all right, to be fair, Voltemada. It's just been sort of on the ball passing that's been poor. Oh, Dan Burn is coming on now. So that'll probably be Botman coming off, I think. But first off, Alanga coming off.
For Jason.
Seems like it's going to be Asula, Trippier and Alanga coming off for obviously Joe Linton, Dan Burn and Johan Wissa. So 3 changes. Let's see if they can do anything at all.
3 at the back now then?
Yeah, it must be. I'm not sure. Unless Tonali's going to... yeah, it's got to be 3 at the back, isn't it? Does that move Lewis? Someone will play right. Malik Chow, right back? Maybe?
He could be, I suppose. Malik Chow, right back. Or it could be, like I say, Lewis Hall out on that left. Oh, yeah, it looks as though Bird has gone to left back, to be fair. So whether that's 3 with Lewis Hall pushing on, or is it Lewis Hall that's gone to right back? Interesting.
Either way, something's changed. Yeah, Lewis Hall's right back.
Lewis Hall right back. Yeah, Christ almighty. I'm sorry, but like I say, you're 2-1 down in the FA Cup. Why don't you just go and say, I'll tell you what, we're going to go 3 at the back. I'm going to play 2 wing backs. I'm going to throw Willock on the right side just to stay up there. I want you to be that halfway man, not on the halfway line, but also not defending. I want you just in there to mix it up a little bit. Outnumber them in the middle of the park, because that's where we are being done. Because they've got so many good players. Like I say, their centre-backs come forward. Their full-backs come forward. We haven't got a clue. I mean, look at that. They're passing it through us willy-nilly here. Yeah,
it's going to be one of those, I think, for the next 5 minutes where no one really knows the role they're supposed to be playing. And, Ake there just able to just walk away. Oh, that's through here. It should be 3-1. City have messed it up. An easy ball there. Through. John Stones into Savinho. Savinho gets it behind, tries to lay it off and just finds a Newcastle defender. And he would have been onside as well.
Yeah, Malik Chow playing switched off there. Yeah, totally switched off there. Didn't look at his line.
You can see Newcastle need a couple of minutes just to organise themselves, and against Man City, you're not going to get that, are you?
Well, you're not going to get that, and to be fair, we look all confused. And like I say, this is where the likes of Manchester City, when a team is looking a little bit out of shape, will hurt you because they can see the. I mean, look at this. The lines now are being broke open, and now all of a sudden there's 5 or 6 blue shirts. Here we go. Bang,
oh, that's a finish.
3. How easy. It's a great finish from Marmoush. You said it before. He seems to come to life playing Newcastle. He gets it out of his feet on the D at the penalty box, and he unleashes a cracking shot into the right-hand post of Ramsdale. But again, this is exactly what we were just saying. When a team you're playing against like Man City see a vulnerability, and we looked all over the shop there, to be fair. There was no correlation with, there's so many changes left to right side, and again through midfield. You got J7 again, not really understanding where his role was at the moment. They played a ball from back to front. It was two passes, and they cut through Newcastle like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, to be honest, that's being generous to the butter, because it was so easy for Manchester City. The advancing forward, Marmoush has time just to take a touch, get it out of his feet, and blast it into the top corner from outside the box. There's nothing Ramsdale can do about that. But again, Newcastle United carved open far too easily, and since that 20th minute, we've been absolutely terrible.
Yeah, exactly. First 20 minutes, it looked like it was possible. Unfortunately, after that, we've looked more like the Titanic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally broken half. Which one's going down first? We are all over the shop at this present moment in time. Like I say, I'm not sure whether the Dan Burn left back, does you any favours whatsoever, if I'm honest with you. Yes, it gives you height. But like I say, why not just go three at the back? You've got coverage left-hand side, you've got coverage right-hand side with Malik Chow. And like I say, at the minute, even Malik Chow has just been cut open there, and it's Doku in the 6-yard box. It's gone square. Oh, again, Newcastle carved open again by Manchester City. Reinders and Tonali out on that right-hand side, and it looks as though Reinders wants his shorts, and he's not going to give them. But look at this, Marmoush, just inside there, Doku. Everybody had come out to Marmoush, and he plays it right behind Doku, plays it right behind Savinho, to be fair. Not a lot he could do about that. But again, it's lucky. That's the only thing that Doku doesn't have in his locker, is that final pass sometimes. He'd be one of them players that would be singing and swinging from the rafters, because he's got all the skill in the world, but sometimes his delivery just isn't there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible player. City fans doing the Poznan in the top row of St James's. I wouldn't be doing that. Like, you're going to be falling down 600 flights of steps in a minute. But yeah, you're completely right with Jeremy Doku. He's got all the talent in the world, and just that final ball lets him down. We've seen it with players before. But you can't be looking at this Newcastle performance and thinking we haven't done them any favours. And in the summer, I'd have Omar Marmoush at the top of my list for players to sign, just so he doesn't score against us every single game, because I'm getting really tired of seeing him play at St James's Park.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great ball. Look at this for Lewis Hall on this right-hand side. Again, keeps it in play. Great find from Tonali. But again, delayed the pass. And then Ake just gets it out for a throw-in in the corner there. So Newcastle can keep the press on here. But he did really well there, Lewis Hall, to be fair. Great run. And that's what I was saying. I mean, why play him where we're going to a 4 and put in 2 players that aren't great in that position? You lose 2 players.
Yeah,
more than you gain 2 players.
It's really weird, the amount that we've started switching things up positionally, and we saw it a little bit in seasons gone past, but nothing like we've seen this season, where everyone just seems to end up playing out of position. It's quite poor, to be honest.
Willock does retrieve the ball again. It's hammered towards the Man City goal on this right-hand side, but it's deflected straight into a blue shirt. And again, it's Marmoush doing well, keeping hold of the ball against 3 Newcastle players. And the ball goes inside now to Riley. Now Gonzalez. Reinders picks the ball up on the halfway line. Again, looks up. Got it out with Nunez on that right-hand side. There's lots of movement of the blue shirts. And Newcastle just backtracking again. And again, we talk about, we talk an headless chicken going off and another headless chicken coming on, if I'm honest with you, because Wissa, again, just not really showing anything, if I'm honest with you.
I think we get more movement out of the chicken, don't we?
Especially with the headless one.
Yeah, even when it's in the pot, cooking, it's still more movement than Wissa.
Just off the boil.
Yeah, it's a shame, because when he came, I was quite excited to see him in a Newcastle shirt. But yeah, I don't know if it's the injury picked up just before coming here, or he just maybe isn't arsed anymore. I hope that's not the case. But he just doesn't look it, does he? No.
And I'd like to say, if I'm honest with you, you can always say we've been beaten by a better side. And you can say that when you've played well yourself. You know what I mean? You've just not really had the luck of the draw. But I don't think Newcastle have done themselves any favours dropping off.
No.
They've literally allowed Man City to grow in confidence, to have all the possession, passes, no press on the ball. And it's a case of come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Well, unfortunately, they are very hard because they are hammering us now.
Yeah, just a little jab seems to knock us senseless, to be honest. But it all comes from that movement from midfield, as you were saying. Like every single chance City have to get forward, their midfield has just completely overwhelmed us. And you're sitting there at the back post every single time they get forward. There's 2 or 3 Manchester City players and 1 Newcastle player. And in that situation, you can't blame Trippier or Hall for their roles in the goal, because who are they supposed to mark? There's 2. If one doesn't get on the end of it, if you don't stop the player in front of you, the player behind you is going to get it. And what the is going on? We can't pass the ball now at the back. Is it Botman just passing it straight out to play?
Out of
this
play,
time?
Yeah. I mean, it's criminal, mate. It really is. Now, Voltamoda. I mean, I must admit, you know, there's been lots of discussion recently about Voltamoda and Eddie Howe is, you know, his positional sense of Voltamoda to try and, you know, square peg, round hole situation.
Yeah.
Is this just a case of now looking at just... God, crikey, look what they're bringing on now. I mean, how bad is it?
Semenyo coming
on. Is this now just a situation of when a player's not in form and then your gaffer puts you in a place where you're absolutely never going to produce any goods? The odd little spurt of glory, you know, isn't going to mark your day as being a player of the match. Is that just knocking the confidence further and further in the player rather than showing the player?
Yeah, I think let's be honest, there's a lot of things in this Newcastle squad and a lot of games like this where their squad's going to have bit the squad's morale and confidence is going to be docked all the time. But when the way Newcastle United are, and you take the lead so often in games and end up losing or dropping points, you know, you're going to begin with the belief of we can't hold on to a lead, and you know, that belief is a reality, and you can see every time we take a lead, these lads don't think they can hold on to it.
No, you're right. I mean, it's been, you know, our Achilles heel the entirety. And again, you know, even though Eddie Howe always says in his presses, you know, his media narrative, if you like, that he doesn't tell them to sit deep. Well, where does it come from? You know, because if nobody's telling them, then surely whoever's captain on the day should be saying, lads, we don't sit in, let's get out. You know, I don't ever see that from a single Newcastle player. So They must be guided to go and sit as deep as we do to allow the likes of Man City to have a go at you. Against Barcelona, mate, I tell you something now, they turn up like this and it's not just going to be the FA Cup they're out of.
No, absolutely. We'll be going back to Barcelona with a loss. And to be honest, we'll be out of every competition then. And it'll be a really, really sour end of the season, I think, if that is the case. And it wouldn't be a surprise, if we're completely honest. You know, you get knocked out 2 games against City. You get knocked out the League Cup by City, you get knocked out the FA Cup by City, you get knocked out the Champions League by Barcelona. Start of the season, you go, well, there's no disgrace in that. Where the disgrace is, obviously, is the fact that you sat behind Sunderland in the league. The mid-table is the bit where I think most fans aren't, you know, happy with, and well, I know most fans aren't happy with, and you know, these performances in the cup, we wouldn't have been happy with them, but they're forgivable if you're performing elsewhere, and we're just not.
Oh dear. O'Reilly there just taking the toe of Hall, who again beats him down the line. Just a little touch on the foot of Hall, who's obviously on his knees asking for the foul. And the linesman and the referee both saying to throw into Man City. Thank you very much. Yeah, criminal again, if I'm honest with you. A ball down the line. O'Reilly gets that one. And Jay Linton, for the first time, if I'm honest with you, since he's come on, involved in a bit of football there. Botman again into J7's foot. again, playing on this right-hand side. Oh, dear, it's nearly a poor pass again. Ball over the top this time, and there's 2 players here, but Trafford had seen the danger. Really good ball, that, to be fair. Reverse ball round the corner. He's just fallen back to Whistle again. Tonali throws the ball out straight to Anthony Gordon, who's on that left-hand side. Big Dan Burn goes outside of him. And Anthony Gordon says, nah, it's all right, mate. I'll take it.
You know what? I'll try it myself. It's fine.
Yeah, J7, Tonali. Again, coming inside. No press from any blue shirt at all at the minute. Malik Chow. Oh, you City in disguise. I think I can hear. Because we've passed 3 balls 3 times now. And I think that is a compliment.
I think they're talking about Salford City.
From Willock here, to be fair. Down that, he got past Nunes, but again, couldn't really do anything with the ball once he'd got past him in towards the 6-yard box. And Harvey Barnes and the back of Ake. It's out for a corner.
Yeah, Newcastle getting a corner, but I think even if we did score, it would be too little, too late. But at least it would make the scoreline a bit more respectable. First 20 minutes have been decent. Let's be honest, City have took the gear down a little bit. Newcastle, fighting to get something out of it, but it's not going to happen, is it?
No, not really. Again, something from the training ground, Lewis Hall. Hopefully he can beat the first man he can in towards the 6-yard box. It's headed up in the air by O'Reilly. Headed again by, I think it was Guimaraes. But again, look at Man City. They are able to just run out of the penalty area. And Joe Linton, there you go. He's been on the field less than 10 minutes. And he's got a yellow card. What the heck?
It happens
That's
every...
crazy.
Feels like it happens every time, doesn't
honestly.
It? But the thing is, he's getting better at those kind of... I mean, is it a yellow?
No. That's not a yellow. He's coming from the side, isn't he? He's just pushed him over. And again, it's shoulder on shoulder. He's just more muscle.
Is that any different to what Trevor Chalobah did to Gordon in the box? And it wasn't a penalty, it wasn't a foul. And that's a yellow card offence, apparently.
Oh, I mean, we've got a chance now.
Yeah, they're only bringing on. Yeah, the even bigger guns are coming on.
Oh, and Foden. I mean, come on, it's a walk in the park, lads. There you go. Savinho's just staying down, having some attention to the ankle that nobody touched because it was his shoulder that he hit. Oh, incredible.
I think is that Joe Linton's first foul as well? Or was it his second?
Really speaking, it's his first contribution to a tackle. Oh, Tino!
Yeah, give him the minutes. Let's be honest, nothing's going to come from the game. You might as well give Tino his 10 minutes. The golden number 100 on there as well, on the shirt. And yeah, it'll be good. It's good to see him back. But realistically, it's probably just so Pep can tap him up in 15 minutes' time when the game ends.
When the game ends, yeah, exactly. See if he can put another 5 million on that. I'd like to see him get a screamer. Maybe we can get 10.
And he's saying, look, see if they'll accept 50 plus Marmoush, will you?
Yeah, exactly. Foden comes on. Cherky comes on. I mean, it's a weak Man City team, this.
Compared to the strongest team, yeah. Oh, and Lewis Hall finally comes off. I imagine that was the plan, all in the end, and Trippier maybe needed to come off 20 minutes earlier or something. But who knows? I don't feel like Trippier maybe would have needed to, but you need him against Barcelona, don't you? So I can sort of understand things. I would have just put Malik Chow there instead of Hall, personally. But
yeah, exactly. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense for me, especially like I say when you're chasing the game. Just go and play 5 in the middle, or even just go and play 4, 3 at the back, and then just crowd the front line and just go back to the old-fashioned hoof the ball. Make these players that like the ball to feet work a little bit with the ball being pumped high into towards their penalty box. Sometimes they hate that. It's like I say, they feel uncomfortable when the ball is bouncing towards them. Now, what's the difference?
Yeah, exactly. And let's be honest, I know people...
What's the difference? See what I mean? No yellow card. No yellow card for Foden. Didn't even look at the ball. Just go straight to the back. And that's what really throws me. And it's just, I don't mind if referees want to give a yellow card for those type of challenges, but there's got to be, continuity across the field. Can't be just for black and white shirts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the annoying thing is it wouldn't make a difference to the game if, he did give those yellow cards, etc. There's no difference to the game whatsoever, so why aren't you? Maybe he's given Foden the benefit of the doubt. He's just come off the bench, but that doesn't really, that shouldn't really apply, should it? I know it shouldn't apply in the first 5 minutes of games, but referees do. But yeah, overall, it's been pretty shocking from Newcastle for about 60 minutes now, hasn't it? And the changes have come, and you can say whatever you want. Maybe he was slow to make the changes. Changes were maybe more wrong than anything else, but no one that's come on the pitch has justified coming onto the pitch. In reality, every substitute has been pretty poor.
That's right. Tino gets his first touch. Malik Chow gives it back to Ramsdale, and he gets it back from Ramsdale now to Chow. And again, goes forward up towards Wissam again. I don't really think... Oh, he has. Just got a toe poke on that one, and a deflection from Kusanov. And it's out for a Man City throw. Players out of position. He's the question mark on a lot of people. Why are we getting players playing in wrong positions, making us weaker for opposition teams to take advantage of, especially strong opposition teams? It's okay when you're 4 up or something like that, playing plays out of position where you look unbalanced, but not against teams like Manchester City.
Yeah, absolutely not. And, he's tried some things a bit more makeshift. It's almost as if when people have said, he doesn't try new things, it's like he's basically coming out and giving a big middle finger to everyone and just saying, I'm going to try new things, but it's going to be all the wrong things. And there's a few things in there that, I did want to see. I wanted to see Volta played in centre midfield for a little while. Not centre midfield, but in the 10. Nowhere near as deep as what he has been, must be said, but just sort of in between the lines where he'd have a little bit more space. Try it out, see how it worked. Instead, he's, at some points, he's with deepest midfielder, and then he's expected to be with furthest forward player doing the press, playing that J7 role, and he's not going to work in that scenario. But I wanted to see that as an experiment. I don't mind seeing. I do mind, but I don't mind seeing Dan Burn played at left back at times if need be. I didn't mind Lewis Miley playing right back. I'm happy for him to test things out, but it's continually testing the same things. They don't work, and then we'll just try them again. And that for me is, it's not good enough really from the coach and staff, is it?
No, not really. And like I said, I mean, you look at the players that have shifted position. I mean, let's talk about Harvey Barnes. In this game, for the majority of the game on the left-hand side, I don't think he's touched the ball since he's played on the right-hand side. Players just don't seem to fit the narrative sometimes. And it doesn't matter how much money you spend or how much work you put in on the training ground. During an active game, things just don't turn out the way they do on a training ground. And then it's the mentality, the approach to the game from the players. And again, if you look at some of them, they look as if we've lost already. And they've looked like that, to be fair, from the second half. They've never looked as though they were going to get back into this game. And please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think you're completely right. I think, you come out in the second half, you've got to have the mentality of, right, either we're going to hold on to this, and we're going to try and keep it tight going into the 80th, 90th minute. Then we're going to try and win it. Or you just go out and try and score from the first 20 minutes of the second half, because that's not what they'll be expecting. Start the second half as you started the first, but it didn't seem like there was any of either of them, to be honest. It just very half-hearted attempt of, let's just sit back and hope for the best. And the games are very much a midfield battle, by the way, at the moment. Nothing happening on either side. Hence why I'm allowed to have rants like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, it's just been far too easy for Manchester City. Ramsdale gets the ball eventually under a little control. Heads towards Tino, who'd gone searching down the line, trying to find Harvey Barnes there. But again, it falls kindly to Nico Riley, who again gives it to Doku. And J7 down with Doku, and he's like, "Oh no, don't! Oh dear, that's a foul.
Yeah, that's a foul.
Doku
If we had
would
a-
beat you, mate. You knew, yeah." And look, I mean, like I say, it wasn't a scathing one.
No, but here's the thing. You sit there and you go, right, in those situations, I'm aware you want to put a tackle in and you want to try and change things, but you're on a yellow card. He's in the corner going nowhere. There's no need for it.
No, exactly. I mean, it's like I say, it's you're playing straight into Manchester City's hands, aren't you, when you're playing like this? And there you go. Those that don't leave the ground are leaving the ground.
We'll see we win on here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. He's in the taxi. Ball comes in. Ramsdale gets a hand to that and punches it well outside the box. But again, it's not very convincing once it comes out of the box for Newcastle. Again, Cherky trying to dance his way through multiple players here. Oh, Aki gets a shot off. I mean, seriously, this is like a training ground, isn't it, for Manchester City at the minute? I mean, watch this. He picks the ball up on the edge of the D. He goes past Malik Chow, Botman. Yeah, Dan Burn. And then he gets a deflected shot falls to Ake, who again gets a shot on target and it goes behind for a corner. It is ridiculous, really. 9 corners won by Man City now.
I will say though, if you're a Man City fan, he must be an absolute joy to watch.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, there's a number of them, isn't there? To think that we could have actually gone for him, but nobody locked his mother, according to it.
Yeah,
Doesn't
unfortunately
seem to be doing
not.
too bad at Man City.
No, he's doing brilliant. He's come in and he's been a breath of fresh air. Yeah, I was seeing some of the dribble stats from this season, and they're the highest players in, like, I think it's the 50s or the 60s, and you're looking at Sam Maximan from a few seasons ago, and it was like 140 or something for the season. Cherky's the only player that could pull off something like that. Maybe a Jack Grealish from back in the day, but
exactly.
Modern day, it's too safe, isn't it? You wouldn't see Anthony Gordon or Harvey Barnes putting in those kind of numbers, would you?
No, exactly. I mean, ball there fired in towards Wissa, and again from Anthony Gordon, just couldn't get hold of it. But Newcastle have won the ball back. Tonali now picks the ball up. He's fed it out to the left-hand side, Dan Burn. Willock now hugging that touchline. Again, it's just coming into the 88th minute and literally gets tapped on the ankle on the edge of the box there, Willock. So it's a free kick to Newcastle. I don't really think there was much contact from Cherky, if I'm honest with you.
No, he goes down very easily, doesn't he?
Again, they've got to score from here. Well, it'll be interesting if they do.
Yeah, if we do score, I'd say it completely changes the game, but it makes the last maybe 3 or 4 minutes interesting. The thing is, if they do score, the way we've defended after scoring, I'd probably back City to get a fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that one. But again, it does put thought and doubt in your mind, doesn't it? You know, when you lose a goal like this, it's a case of I'm not being funny. This one annoys me though. How long does it take to discuss what you're going to do with a free kick? I mean, they've just wasted 90 seconds there.
And I don't think he said I was going to hit the first man either.
No. And again, it comes out to Anthony Gordon, who tries to chip Trafford from all of 30 yards, but it's just a catch in practice. Throw out to Semenyo on the halfway line now. And again, a lot of blue shirts running forward, but Semenyo just stops. Again, no real need to go running. Man City, they've got the win.
Yeah, it's all done for Manchester City. They've been looking forward to the Real Madrid game that they've got a midweek. They've been looking forward to that since about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all eyes have been on that game because, like I said, they've really slowed it down. Look at Kusanov here. Kusanov's running through us again as if he's a prime midfielder. And there's a yellow card for Toon Army, I think it was there.
Yeah, seems like it. Oh, is it Wissa? He seems to be talking to Johan Wissa. 5 added minutes.
5. Wow.
Have we
I'm
not
surprised.
suffered enough, referee? Yeah, confirmed. Johan Wisser picks up the yellow card. That's the first time I think we've mentioned him, to be fair.
Well, I say it's nice to see him have some involvement in the game. If I'm honest with you, the referee has got your autograph, sir. I mean, it's like I said, it's a lot of money wasted. If I'm honest with you, and like I say, it could be the after effects from that really poor injury, but he's certainly not looked anything like himself in the black and white shirt, has he?
No, absolutely not. And I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to for games this season, but maybe it's another ball straight to the back post there by Semenyo. And to be honest, it's just too easy for Man City, isn't it?
Reinders, yeah, absolutely. Again, Tino, again, you could say it's rusty. Follows Semenyo into the corner. He looks like he's going nowhere, but Semenyo finds it so easy just to turn him and head in towards the box. Fires one across the 6-yard box, and again, luckily for Newcastle, the ball just travels too far for a direct shot. And when there was one from Reinders, again, leaning back, puts it over Ramsdale's bar. I mean, as after it looks, it could have been quite comfortably 5 or 6 for Manchester City.
Yeah, that's the thing. City haven't really need to get out of second gear here, have they?
No.
It's been a pretty easy performance, some of them, and just another one on Johan Wisser. I'm happy to give him the benefit of the doubt next season with a full pre-season behind him. Maybe we'll see a different player. I don't think we're going to even have the option to sell him in the summer anyways, because I don't think anyone will come in for him. But I'm happy to have him as a second choice striker. But the way he's been, you can't have him as your first choice, can you? Because he hasn't looked anywhere near it.
No. I mean, look, they're pulling Tonali out from that midfield just to try and press because, Jesus, J7 again, another foul. And again, it doesn't matter where J7 is on the park. He seems to be under scrutiny from any official. I mean, he's having a word with the man in pink, and it doesn't matter, Joe. You know, it doesn't matter where you play, who you play. You're going to be in the book at some point, mate.
Yeah, I generally think Joe Linton we should have a restraining order on all referees in Joe Linton he's not allowed within 10 yards of them, because it feels like he's just going to it feels like every time he's just going to get in trouble, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Ball is now with Foden. It comes out to Semenyo. Again, no real press from Tino, giving him far too much space there. There's a lovely little run diagonal from Foden. Plays the ball back towards Semenyo. But, Tino, again, just gets a little bit too much press on the back and he's fallen over. So it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Tony T in the chat saying as well, a repeat of the League Cup. It's absolutely spot on, isn't he? Newcastle looking dangerous at the start, then end up going out with no hope and just a falter, really. Nothing really at the end to get excited about after the 20th minute.
Oh, Jesus, Wisser. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You talk about no hope. No hope has been playing in multiple positions today. That's the problem. Because if there was hope, there could have probably been 3 or 4 passes put together. But, it's just, really poor. It's shoddy, at this level. When you see, like I said, you go and play a game against Manchester United where everything looked crisp. Everything was one touch and it was, Chris said tiki-taka football. And it was an enjoyment to listen to that and you're like, what? This ain't Newcastle. Who am I listening to here? Is it some Brazilian side that's out there? And yet you come back and you watch this and you're like, God blimey. This is just poor.
That's the thing. If there was ever a set of games that showed you the difference in quality between Manchester City and Newcastle, it's this one, because these sets in the Cups, should I say, because Manchester City haven't fielded their best 11 in any of them, and they've been comfortable in all 3 of them.
Referee's going to blow that one. Oh.
Wisser wins a free kick.
Goes down. Yeah.
To be fair, I credit to Whistle. That's the first time I think he's done anything good.
Yeah, and the crowd are saying she fell over, and that's just our fans. I think that is going to be. I mean, to be fair, we have passed the 5 minutes of injury time. Not a lot, I would imagine, will be added after this. To be fair, right, okay. Little couple of touches between keeper, ball heading towards the box, but again, it's flicked on from Botman. Nowhere near. There you go. That is it.
That's the end.
We are all over, and Eddie Howe is sullen, if I'm honest with you. And
aren't we all?
He's all smiles. He's having a word with Trippier, though. I wonder if he can get 15 for him.
Bad luck, mate. I'm going to take your replacement in the summer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, there is players at Manchester City, like I said, that are questioning whether it's worth staying. And there's a few of them I certainly wouldn't mind seeing in a black and white shirt, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be honest, if Manchester City are going to come in, why is Joe Linton talking to the referee, by the way? Tell him to go. That was Savinho just there. He was saying, get on the phone, Eddie Howe, bring me into Newcastle United. I'll do certainly a better job than what you Wingers did today. I wish that's what he was saying. But yeah, this Man City team, this was their backups. And they were pretty... they were good. They were never out of second gear. And there's some really, really high quality players in there. Marmouche, he's not justifying the price tag, but every time he plays against Newcastle, he gets a little bit closer. And his highlight reel will probably just end up being against us, which is severely unfortunate. But a lot of players I'd love to see us bring in the summer. But we've got probably a pretty, not a small budget, but a modest budget for a club fighting for Champions League places, and probably about 10-11 players we're going to need to buy. So I don't think we're going to be bringing in many Marmouches.
No, but I think, there's lots of people in the chat that are saying, it just shows you the levels between those that are vying for Premier League championships and the rest of us, if I'm honest with you, because like I say, we are way behind. On a day, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's on the day we look a good side, but far too often, especially this season, there's been no continuity of that side showing back to back, game after game. It's just been very hit and miss when it comes to the lads wanting to turn up. Like I say, the lads will be on with a phone in when me and Michael disappear. So, like I say, if you haven't already, ring the bell, hit the like button for us. Just give us some support. Apologies for sounding like the Tunes advert all the way through that. But I've got through it, which is great news. And like final thoughts for me, very, poor performance. You can't, for me, you can't give possession away so cheaply against good sides because they do punish you. You can't play multiple players out of position and wait 5 minutes to get it balanced back because good teams play the system and they will find chinks in that armoury. And we've seen it with their third goal. We make all those changes to try and get a little bit of noise going and momentum going. Just wasn't there. And unfortunately, what you got then was a disjointed midfield, a disjointed back four, too many players out of the place, and it was just too easy for Manchester City to literally throw a ball through the middle into the half space for the likes of Savinho to run onto. And like I said, when they start making changes, they don't just bring anybody on. They bring on players that know how to not only change games, but also how to hold the ball up and be professional when you're not chasing a game. They don't need to run at you. They'll make the runs into the half space. They'll get the ball, and then they slow it down. And then what they do is they wait for Newcastle to run past you defensively, and then they play it back. And they go back to Trafford, and they make you run back the other way. And that's just quality players. And, it's a quality management as well. So you've got to take it because that's how he wants them to play. I used to work under a great coach. I used to say the ball's round, your feet are flat. The ball will always travel a lot further than you will ever run. And it's so true. Unfortunately, when you haven't got players that can hold on to the ball, it doesn't always work that way. You've still got to have quality of the first touch. And unfortunately, like I said, when you've got no help playing in several positions, the chances just get harder, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I think there's a lot of players out there who will be looking at these kind of games and going, look, I need to put myself in the shop window and I need to perform. And from the looks of things, the only ones that maybe thought that was maybe Sandro Tonali, potentially Harvey Barnes, maybe Louis Hall. Thought Louis Hall played all right. Barnes got the goal, obviously. Took it well. He's going to come out of these games against Manchester City looking shinier than most. And Tonali, I thought, was probably the best player on the day. The rest, I mean, maybe it's a bit harsh on Trippier. I thought for the most part he was all right. But you think Elanga, I'd even say Malik Chow and Sven Botman. Willock was okay for periods. But Asula, the lads that came off the bench would have been Joe Linton, Dan Burn, Johan Wissa, Anthony Gordon. None of them really looked at the level of Manchester City, did they?
No, we are miles apart, buddy. But I do, before we disappear and allow Chris to come on, I want to thank a few guys in the chat that's thrown us some support today. Wazza has thrown a couple of gifts in. Thank you. Gav became a member, so thank you ever so much. As we said before, Gav, enjoy the content. There is lots and lots out there. Ian, for your contribution, buddy. I had to change my name because Ian didn't like me being called Bokeh. Darren Mills, thank you on board. Darren, come on the tune. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The Mighty Win threw us a tenner, and unfortunately, I couldn't play his video, his pre-game video, where you know what he's like. Outside Bally's, he likes to have a sing-song and a chat. But unfortunately, my screen froze literally just as I was putting it on there, and I couldn't get it off without literally rebooting my computer. So apologies to the Mighty Win. I didn't do it out of spite. I did want to try and do it, but my one computer had just completely froze solid. Random for gifting that lovely membership that went to a Liverpool fan. I'm sure he'll be glad to be on board the Newcastle channel. Matty, LFC Bullman, is also a member. So again, like I say, if you want to, like I say, we accept any colour of shirt, as long as you keep it friendly in the chat. Like I say, we don't mind a little bit of banter, but as long as it's nice banter, we'll stay friends. Michael, as always, again, sorry for my dulcet tones tonight not being on form and on fire.
It's good to have you back, buddy.
My throat has been on fire, and like I say, I've been sipping away my Desperado. There is other horrible beers out there if you want to try them. This was one kindly donated from my other half, or my better half. Like I say, stay on board because Chris will be coming on board, and straight away, we've last but not least, thank you, Wazza. Again, you're star buddy for support, as you always have done. Thank you so much, mate. You got Chris and the lads will come on for the post-match analysis. I don't think there'll be much to talk about, if I'm honest with you. I'm sure there's going to be lots of negatives. So until the very next one, which is the weekend. Sorry, it's not. It's the midweek game. Barca is coming our way. I'll see you then. I'll see you hopefully in the week anyway when I come back and we do the early night show. Michael, thanks ever so much. Thanks to everybody in Viewerland. Don't forget, smash that like button for us. It certainly helps us go forward. Until the next time, we're the lads, lassies, and
bands.
Take care for now. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you...